Nothing is working.
Reboot.
Well, we're live. Okay. Hey, everybody. We are here, but everything froze up. So if you can hear us,
hang with us. We're going to
I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Are we live or not?
beat the hell out of me.
I don't know what's happening. Oh my goodness. Hey guys. Hey Susan, I see that. Do me a favor. How's it look now? It got really weird. It froze up and it wouldn't even continue the music. So it seems like every week it's something, right? Better. Okay. Good. All right. Oh my goodness. So hey guys. Hey Papa, Jesse, and of course, hi Jesse. And of course, I skipped over and didn't mean to. Landon, how you doing? That was a weird start. I don't think any podcast we do live is ever without an issue of some kind. It's always something.
I do not know. If you don't know, I have no clue. So,
are you still skipping there? Ha ha. Sammy, the Department of State just hijacked your signal. Yeah, it's you never know. Back in. Very good.
We were having to try different networks and
it was weird. Like it started to play the little intro song,
and then it sort of gave us a finger and went
froze.
I'm not doing anything,
and it wouldn't do anything. And I tried to switch to us live because I was like, okay, I give up. Let's just go live. And
nope.
And then it froze. And so here we are. Okay, so woo. Now we're through that. Let's hope the next 2 to 4 hours, depending.
I don't know.
Go a little smoother than this. We want to say hello and welcome to everyone.
Yep.
Oh, it's your shirt, Mark. That's what it is. Mark's shirt was creating interference with the signal.
Of all the shirts I have, if it hadn't created issues before, trust me. I mean, it's like, because I do have some loud ones.
And I'm sitting here thinking I shouldn't have eaten that piece of cake.
Well,
I know. It's a little sweet. Maybe half a piece. That was half a piece. Maybe half a piece.
That'd be called a quarter.
A quarter piece.
Yeah.
I know. A little too much sugar in it for me. And my eating problems lately. Why don't we just start with that? So I had, what is this? What? 2446. Yeah. I had this great idea that I was going to do a sourdough class. And we decided to do it on the 4th of July. We weren't celebrating the 4th of July in Mexico. We were just having a picnic and having one of those, tribal get-togethers. We just invite our friends.
It's been a while.
Do a potluck.
Yep.
So I did a 2-hour starter sourdough class. and I had like little printouts that I made with an English muffin recipe and a crusty sourdough recipe. And then I had a tip sheet on how to get your starter started, what sort of supplies do you need, things like that. So we started with that. I showed them how to make a starter. I showed them how to feed the starter. I showed them what the starter looks like when it is not fed and when it has been fed. And then we made dough, and I had some dough already waiting in the fridge, so we did some inclusions, and we shaped the dough and baked it, and it came out that the class was pretty good. I think everybody liked it. I sent everybody home with their own starter from my batch that I've been doing for years. I think they liked it.
I wouldn't know. I mean, the kitchen was full, and Mark and I were like, we're going to sit out here and work on barley, hops, and things like that.
Of course.
Yeah.
You had your own grains.
We did. We were dealing in our own version of how to start grains.
But I will
Top
say,
to top.
Earlier that week, it was my intention to get some dough in the middle of the process where it's basically proofing in the refrigerator for 24 to 48 hours. Except that right after I got it into the refrigerator, we had a transformer blow and the lights were out here for 16 hours. So the temperature in the refrigerator was higher than it needed to be, obviously, and the dough ended up rising and started to fall. And so I had to end up baking some of the dough a little early. But everybody got to see those. And I had a Parmesan Romano loaf. I had fresh rosemary from our garden. I made a rosemary sun-dried tomato loaf. I made a pepperoni mozzarella loaf and a jalapeno cheddar loaf. Mm-hmm. And then on the day that people were here, I made a
blueberry lemon cream cheese.
Yes, it was a blueberry lemon cream cheese loaf. And it would have been a cinnamon loaf, but I actually have this spice that's called apple pie spice, and it has cinnamon, nutmeg, and some other stuff in it. And that's what we made. And it was fun. Mm-hmm. And the house smelled great.
It did. I mean, yeah.
And then we had a potluck. Mark made a pork loin. Mm-hmm. And Arlene and Annie made shredded barbecued chicken from rotisserie chicken. And our neighbor Susan came. It was her first time coming to one of our parties. And she brought a really delicious cake from Sanborn's. I'm forgetting things. Oh, Vicky and Mark Balder, they made.
Well, he made his salsa
right here
using our
fresh
food processor.
Yes.
And then she brought this spice crack cake. You know,
she brought what we call her crack. She brought crack. Oh. She's got this recipe that it uses cake mix, and I think she might mix cream cheese or something into it and presses it down in the pan. So it's real thin, but oh my God, it's so delicious. And this time she did the spice cake variation. Very good. And anyway, people brought some things, drinks,
and
ice.
Arlene brought the spicy chicken.
I mentioned that already.
Who brought the macaroni?
The macaroni salad was that was Vicky. It was a spicy macaroni salad. It was very good. And that's what we did. That was our 4th of July. Sourdough class and kind of a potluck.
Well, yeah, that was round 1. Then round 2 was about 11:30, 11:45. Eunice and Diego stopped by since they literally drive right by here, and they were like, "Y'all gonna be up?" "Yeah, we're up." So that ended up.
We need to mention Eunice runs a takeaway window.
Well, that's where I was going. She would.
Yeah.
I was going to say she brought some new dumplings that she is trying out at her little takeout stand called Dumpling Obsession. There, right outside of Centro Querétaro, and brought us a bunch of the dumplings, and it was like, okay.
Protect me.
Yeah. One of the sons.
No. Protect me.
So, yeah, I mean, and so that we ended up with them talking till 2, and then poor Diego had to get up, and he had an 8 a.m. soccer game. So,
yeah, but I got to try some vegetarian dumplings. They were very good. In fact, I've been eating them for lunch every day. They're really good. But that was our 4th of July. We just basically had people over and we ate food.
Now, do we want to tell a story what happened during the
power outage?
Outage?
Let's catch up with some comments.
Okay.
So we got Mark and Paulette. Hola. And I think it's the electrical energy from Gina's shirt that's causing the issue. My snake and arrows shirt. Yeah. Hola, Bruno.
Hola.
And we have Mary. Hello, Mary. Oh,
no,
Minnie. Manny. Sorry, I can't read.
That's
Minnie.
That's Tony.
Minnie. It says Minnie.
I know it's Minnie to Raleigh.
So this is Manny. Sorry, Manny.
No, but his name is Tony.
Tony. What is the name, Mark?
Well, it's from Minneapolis to Raleigh. That's where they moved from Minnie to Raleigh. But his name is Tony.
It's Tony. Tony. That's a good Italian
It's a good
name.
Italian name, you know.
Do you guys still have your storage unit back home? Looking back on it, what would you do differently related to what you decided to put in storage? We did not put a lot into storage, but the stuff that went into storage would have remained the same no matter what we did. I probably would have not kept the office, my adjustable office desk and chair, because I ended up buying another one. I'm using it right now. So it takes up some space and it's heavy, but it's also disassembled, so it's not taking up that much space. But it's bulky, and we didn't really need to store that, so that wouldn't have been stored.
No, but it wouldn't have changed the size of the unit that we required, because
we have a 5x15.
5x15, and the back 3/4 of it, I mean, are Tetris together, like floor to ceiling, edge to edge. It's tight. So
it's records, it's boxes of photo albums, a limited few number of books, because we got rid of just about all the books. It's genealogy stuff, my guitars, which I was really missing my guitars today, so kind of wish I had them. We have one table, and it's a unique table, and we didn't keep any other furniture except for this one living room table, because it's a hand-carved wooden type that has some drawers in the front, and it has the top comes up like a chest, and you can store stuff in it. Everything else we got rid of. So, goodness, that really is pretty much all we have in there. A few games. That's it.
It's albums.
It's albums,
and more albums.
It's predominantly albums. It really is.
You figure 1,500 albums.
And when it comes to the books, the ones that were actually kept were mostly song books, music books, that you play from. So, and some of them are out of print, which is the reason I kept them, such as The Story of the Who, very much out of print, very hard to find. A Quadrophenia songbook, things like that. That's pretty much it. So what we have done at any
now, the biggest issue is that I think they realize that once you start with them, you're going to stay with them.
Mm-hmm.
And every year, like clockwork.
Every year.
First of all, somebody new bought us, which is their excuse.
Every year somebody bought them.
And the new company is now requiring that we charge this. And I think the first year was we had some other insurance company that we were able to use. And then the second year it was, well, they require that you use their insurance or provide. I mean, it was just, it's all, every June, I look forward to getting another email, from them going, boom, and it's under a new name, new email. It's like,
I'm glad you brought that up because I got to look and see if our insurance plan needs updated.
Because
on it.
Yeah, I mean,
but they change their name every year. They say they got bought out and they raise the rate.
And then, year. I mean, when we first went with them, and the reason we first went with them was because they were one of the few in the areas that was climate control. We are putting albums in there, and when our unit number is U2. It just happened to fall that way.
That's cool.
Yeah, except it's on the second floor. It would have been a lot nicer if we didn't have to go up and down them stairs.
Yeah.
But, the first year we signed up for them. Oh yeah, you prepay for 1 year and we'll give you the 12th month for free. Cool. Here, year 2. Oh, somebody bought us. You know what? We're not supposed to do this. Here's the new rate, but if you prepay for the whole year, we'll give you the 12th month free. Year 3,
somebody new bought us.
Somebody new bought us, and they don't allow us to do that anymore. And by the way, here's the new rate. And do you want us to send you a bill every month, or do you just want to go ahead and put it on a credit card? And at that point, it was just like, just put it on the card.
Put it on the card. So every month I see the charge come up. All right. What would we have done differently? Well, at the time, his mom and his sister were both within driving distance. And we thought it was a good idea to take the stuff there because if we needed anybody to check in on the unit, there'd be somebody close by. Now his sister is no longer there. And I don't even think your mom has the keys for it.
No.
So, yeah. So now I'm like, if we had to go and start moving things a little bit at a time over the border, it would be so much easier if it was in Texas. And we know Jeff and Sherry did that. They got their storage unit in Texas, which was really, really smart. But at the time we were doing this, we didn't know anybody in Texas. And we just thought it made sense to have it close to family if somebody had to go check on the unit. But now we don't have that person to check on the unit anymore. So does it make sense to move it to Texas? I think it does. But when? That's the question right now.
It ain't going to be in the winter, I can tell you that. And it ain't going to be in the summer, I can tell you that. I mean,
it's gonna
whether
have
we
to
do
be-
it in the spring or we do it in the fall, that's one of those 2 times of the year. But, we drove out of Kansas City. When we got in the car, it was -4.
Yeah. No, it was cold.
It was -4.
Kansas City gets really hot and it gets really cold. So either way.
I think we were damn near to Wichita before either one of us thawed out. I mean, it was like, whoa. That was
I mean, I've been
brutal.
pondering on this all day today because I was missing my guitars. And I actually came down and asked him on my lunch break, what if we were to just go get a few things whenever we take our car back and just bring them? And it wasn't landing as I hoped it would with him. So I don't know right now what the best solution is. Do we just go ahead and just pay and just have somebody haul it in for us at one time? Or do we move it to Texas with a U-Haul ourselves and then go up a few times a year and just take some things out of it and bring them here? I don't know. The records can't come here right now because this place is not conducive to having cabinets full of records. It's a terrarium. It's a big giant sunroom or conservatory, and it's not going to work.
And the rooms that aren't, we can't really rearrange furniture to make it conducive to a audiophile room. So
correct. So Anyway.
And you just running to the border. Well, Kansas City's another, almost 6 days, 3 days up and 3 days back. Remember the drive?
I remember the drive.
So,
I know. We're not going to run up and bring something from Kansas City. That's not going to happen.
Not like we're just running to San Antonio.
That's why I was kind of hoping we could move some stuff to Texas. But at the moment,
if we're going to move stuff to Texas, we're going to move all the stuff to Texas.
Well, and that's what he said.
I mean,
today. I don't think we would have changed what we kept because we didn't keep a lot.
No, and we couldn't change because we didn't know that my sister would suddenly have this. Oh, you know what? I'm going to now spend time and be by my grandchildren. And,
in Indiana, right?
In Indiana.
Yeah.
Yep. So, and my mom was like, hey, that's where you need to be. Go.
Yeah.
She's fine with it. Everything else, she was the first one to tell them, go.
Yep.
So.
I mean, we're trying to think. We're spending probably about $1,500 a year in storage fees, and we're coming up on year 4. So we've put that much money into it, keeping it in storage. I don't feel so bad about how much it would cost to move it. And I even said to him today, the biggest expense, these are not going to be considered household items, most of them. Most of this stuff, half to 3/4 of what's in that unit is going to be considered hobbyist or potential items for sale, is how they're going to look at it. Because normal people don't have 1,400 vinyl records that they just haul around with them. That's not considered a household item.
Remember, you said that. I didn't.
What?
Normal people don't have.
No, it's true.
I know.
I remember growing up, even with my dad and his stereo, he didn't have more than 200 records. So it's just the way it is. So what's probably going to happen is I'm going to end up having to build a manifest. I have all my records categorized on Discogs. They're all in there in the database. And I'm just going to print out the low end estimate and say, this is what they're worth. And whatever tax they want to charge me for it, charge me. They're all used. They're not up for resale. They're not going to be of great value. So there actually are a few that are of really great value. But when you put them next to the $2 record, they're not overall. So, but yes, the adjustable desk. At the time I had it, that was a new thing, and I wanted to keep it. But then we got down here, and 2 years later, I ended up buying another one. So got it through Amazon Mexico. So I don't need the one that's up there now, and that's a lot of weight. And now the only thing I'll say about it is that it's a really, really, really good and very sturdy desk, but I don't need it. So, I wonder what I'll do with it. I really don't know. Maybe I'll leave it there for this storage people. Goodness. Mark took a run. Hey, Tom, your daddy took a run. He went that way. We sent you to reform school, huh? Oh, my. Hi, Dave. It seems to me when I move there, a backup battery pack might be worth the investment. Yeah. Something else that has worked for friends of ours is he has 2 batteries hooked up to a solar panel that's just big enough to basically run his laptop. So when the power goes out, he can work. It's very important for him to be able to work. He's a translator for medical services, and he can get calls at just about any time. So he needs to be able to be online. So he uses that solar panel and his batteries to keep his laptop up and running. So at the very least, that sounds like a really good setup. He was going to try to explain to me how to do one, except that we have these big solar panels on the roof right above the room I'm using as my office. What we found out, however, is that, we already knew we don't have batteries for these panels. So the solar energy is going directly into the grid, and our electric bill has been like the equivalent of
Maintenance fee.
maybe $4 a month, possibly $3 a month, and that's literally just the service charge fee. It's like 79 pesos every 2 months or something, and that's all it is a service charge fee, because whatever energy we're creating is going to the CFE into their grid, and we get a credit for it apparently, and then our usage is deducted from that. The problem is when the power goes out here, our power goes out.
We don't have the backup part of it. We have the solar, which keeps our bill very low. I mean, ridiculously low.
Right.
But to add in the backup battery part of it, because it's required to have a switch in there that when the power goes off, then it switches from A to B, and then it accesses it from the battery bank and feeds that into the circuit.
Right.
And it has to have that A-B switch in there, because otherwise, if you just had the battery in there straight, now the battery is feeding the whole circuit. So, and I think that might be why we get, like when the power was out, we get un poquito electricity.
There's like a little
enough that some of the lights barely glow, and things like that. So, and I think that's residual coming back into it from people who have solar that is not installed correctly. And that's, it's dangerous to the CFE workers.
Yeah.
Because, well, they get zapped. And so that part between the battery bank and the switch, that starts to get a little pricey. But
yeah, and I did look into the cost of battery backups, just basically ones that you keep plugged in, and then they hold so many hours worth of use if the power goes out. And I think what I calculated is we didn't need as high of the, I guess, wattage or whatever down here, but I wanted to at least have enough to run the modem and the mesh unit. And then I needed enough to run two very large monitors and a pretty power hungry laptop upstairs. And of course, that one was going to cost a lot more than the other one down here. And I think what did I say? 1,500 for the set?
Yeah, I mean,
something like that. It was going to be about $1,500 US for the set.
But I mean, that's if it in 3 days worth of work, you cover that. So it's one of those where you go, okay, it's something we're toying around with to go. Is it feasible? The one problem we really have here in Balvanera is that we don't lose electricity that often.
We really don't.
And I mean, we were sitting here. I mean, we're getting ready for the Mexico, the first game in the knockout stage, and we're sitting here. All right, that's coming up. We're having dinner, hour and 30 minutes to the start of the game. And we heard lightning strike and a boom.
Yeah.
I mean, and it was like
everything was out immediately after that. It was a very loud pop. Let me continue catching up.
Okay.
Because we got a story for you. We're not going to forget. You got a story to tell. Oh, hey guys, we haven't seen you in a while.
Hey.
How are you? Puerto Morelos. Thanks for jumping on tonight. So how did you work during the outage? I didn't. And here's the worst part of it. Usually when the power does go out here, it's usually on pretty quickly. I think the longest has been a few hours. This was 16 hours of no electricity. And the problem is when the power goes out here, so does our water. Because we don't have a cisterna or a tinaco. We have hydraulic water coming probably from another cisterna tank somewhere else. But we have hydraulic, and if you don't have a pump running, you're not getting water. So, even our housekeeper came, and it was like, there's no water. She couldn't clean anything.
Well,
So
actually, she hung around, and then it did come on, and then she came back, because it came on
Yeah.
later. But yeah, it was like, oh,
yeah. So the power went out, and the next day I had an interview. I was like reaching out to friends. I asked Annie and Arlene. I said, if the power isn't on, can I come over around 11:30 because I have an interview? And don't you know it, 90 minutes before the interview, they had CFE outside working on the pole. There was a disconnected wire, and they reconnected it, and power was on. So
they'd have been done in half the time, except for half the time they were sitting there talking to residents who were coming up there wanting to know what the hell is going on. And I'm sitting there going, they're here to fix it. If you want to ask them the question, wait until they fix it, and then you can have all the conversation that you want.
Just let them fix it, please, because I needed a shower too, and we didn't have water, and I had an interview. So it all worked out, but I didn't work. I didn't work that day, and I don't have a lot of work to do right now anyway, so I'm just kind of looking for things to do, but still, I could have been doing something. And how do we get the recipe for your bread? I'm going to eventually put them online.
We did record it.
We did record it. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet to see how it looks. It could be absolutely awful, but I wore a mic so people could hear me. And yeah, I'm sure it's very amateurish, but I will include the recipe in some way. The recipe will either be included in the video description, maybe in the video, or I will just post it on our posts on the channel. So it'll be there. I just have to get to it. Audio file room. Most of the buildings are concrete. Seems like it's going to get hard to get rid of the echo. Yeah. Well, it will in this room. In this room, yeah.
In every room in this house.
Yeah, but especially in this room
because the ceilings
are very high.
20 some odd feet up in the air. So I mean, it's not. This room is not conducive to.
No, and you can make an audiophile room in a house made of concrete. You just need to get those baffle type things that you stick on the walls, and it's fine. It'll work. But we're not doing that here. So
no.
Okay. You like my shirt? You like my shirt? Awesome. Thank you. Mark bought this for me on Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
And are you concerned with water security in Querétaro? What are the water scarcity stories overdone in the news? Well, I hate to say this, but the truth of the matter is it's going to depend a lot on where you live.
Well, she says in Querétaro.
No, in Querétaro. It's going to depend on where you live.
Wow.
Some of the less affluent neighborhoods see a lot of problems with their electricity and their water. The more affluent neighborhoods, not as much. We've never had a problem with our water where we are.
Other than when we lose power.
And we only lose power.
Rarely.
Maybe a few times a year.
And when it goes out, the norm is it's on pretty quickly.
We also try to be very conscientious about our water usage. We learned that really well when we were in Oaxaca, because in Oaxaca,
and San Luis Potosí.
And San Luis Potosí.
Yeah.
And another place. Anyway, in the height of summer, when the reservoirs are low, like 15% of capacity, they were asking people to use half the water that they normally use. It is a thing. It does happen. And part of the problem with the health issues that people describe as being sourced from water, well, when your water table is low, when your aquifer is low, the naturally occurring minerals that are in that water system are concentrated. So you're going to see higher levels of fluoride, higher levels of arsenic. And if you've got runoff from agricultural issues
Or industrial.
or industrial. It's also going to be intensified because your water table is low and it's been concentrated. Those things are very real, and it does happen. And it's why we drink bottled water. But we try to be very conservative with our water use just because we know it's rainy season right now. I let the rain water my plants, and I only go out and water my plants if it hasn't rained. So I'm not really worried about the scarcity because I think we're in a neighborhood that.
Well, I mean, if you're in the northeast part of Querétaro, Zibata, El Refugio, Zakia, that particular part of the town up there, Urquilla as well, you're going to be in pretty good shape. If you're on the southern end of town, which is the next rapid growing area, I think you're going to be fine as well. It's the older barrios that don't have the existing infrastructure. Even though we got a 300, they just got done celebrating 300 years of Los Arcos?
I think it was more than that. I can't remember.
Or was it 400 years?
It was either
300 years.
I can't remember.
I think it was 300 years of, because it was 1726, and it was 50 years before the U.S. when they started building, the aqueduct. And, doesn't work anymore, but they might want to think about it. But that was designed just to solve the problem back then. So it's a problem that has age on it. And as Querétaro continues to grow, the demand goes up, and we're not getting a whole lot more rainwater. He's over there laying on the floor.
He's just looking for Maxwell. So I don't think that the stories are.
I don't think they're as dire as what they say, but there is some validity to it.
There's validity.
Yes.
There is validity.
And
we have been in places where they literally only had 15% of their reservoir.
Yeah.
So, it does get dry. And they do ask you to conserve. We've been in the U.S. and they've asked us to conserve.
Well, God, yeah, because if you live in the Asheville area and their infrastructure there was old railroad ties. I mean,
that's not even a joke. Dead serious. Some of the water pipes in the Asheville, North Carolina area were so freaking old that they were cored, hollowed out railroad ties. Yeah. And when you live in the mountains, you don't really have the luxury of being able to dig up and drop in, new lines for things or expand. And they started having a lot of problems. And I can't even tell you how many days I was literally
on boil alert.
2 blocks away from the main hospital, and we couldn't use the water in our office building. Like, it was brown.
Or how many sinkholes?
Oh God, the sinkholes.
I mean, just, because it starts to leak under there and it may have been leaking for 75 years. And finally it just goes, I'm done.
Yeah. There were some sinkholes in Asheville that were big enough to swallow up 4 or 5 parking spaces.
Yeah. The one in the Harris Teeter parking lot.
Yep. But, okay. Okay, Jeff, Sherry is still in Arkansas, and she FaceTime called me and the dogs. She comes home Friday. Yay!
No, she FaceTimed the dogs. You just happen to be there with them. I know. Trust me, I know how that, if Gina were to have to go back for something in there, she'd be like, let me see Max. Well, I'd be the facilitator. So I know where this was headed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hi, Annie.
Hola.
Okay, and Arlene. Hello, Arlene. All right, concentrated minerals in water. Some cities are having problems with radioactive water because of concentrated leaching. Yeah, that can happen for sure. I mean, it just depends. It's whatever the runoff is, whether it's industrial or agricultural. all of that going into the water is bad. And then when you have your water table lowered, it's concentrated.
Yeah.
So it's even worse. Yeah, it can happen. To the water issue, if you have a cisterna and a tinaco, there is never a water issue. That's true.
Yeah, I mean
that's true
because gravity don't turn off. I mean,
when the
filling it now, if there's no water, that's a different issue. But yeah, if you've got gravity, you're like, we're good.
And hola from San Miguel de Allende. Hello.
Hola, Jennifer.
Awesome. Okay. So we mentioned that this transformer or this line, a loud pop, and instantly all the lights went out. We didn't get to watch that game. Who were they playing that night?
Ecuador.
Yeah, we didn't get to watch the game. We were in the dark for 16 hours, had no water. The refrigerator was running, barely. Again, it's one of those things where we get this really low trickle. It's not enough to turn on a lot of the lights, but maybe there's a thing with this refrigerator that it essentially tries to keep. I don't know. But the temperature inside was rising. My dough was a mess. I had to bake it before I wanted to. And then, while this was all happening that night.
Well, I mean, we didn't know anything else about what happened until the next morning. I mean, there was supposed to be a watch party here in Balvanera for the Mexico-Ecuador game, but it was raining to beat it was flat out pouring.
It was like flash flood rain.
We don't get that type of rain often. And when we do, there are certain places in the house that we're going to get water. I mean, there's a couple of sliding glass doors that, if it rains that hard, you're going to see a small little puddle by it. Our bathroom is another spot that we get a small puddle in there. And, it's just, hey, that's too much rain in too short a time. And
it's concrete.
Yeah.
Water leaks.
And water leaks?
Well, the water leaks in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The water leaks in.
Yeah. Oh, I get that. You just said water leaks. And I'm like, it's concrete. Okay. But anyway, so next morning, our next door neighbor comes over and she's like, did you hear what happened last night?
I'm like, no.
No, because, nobody has told us anything. It was raining. We're sleeping in a room that had absolutely no air movement going whatsoever because nothing was running. And she's like, the part of Balvanera that we're in is called Funadores. And it's just a small, I don't know what, 11, 12 total units, something like that. And she goes, 3 units were broken into last night. And none of them happen to be in our little.
Not in our little quadrant.
8. There's. No. Imagine we're in one corner and there's 8 units here, and then around one side, and then back around the back side, there's a row of houses, and then another row of houses behind that, and that constitutes Funadores. That's all it is. And turns out that about 8 o'clock, right when everybody would have been right in the middle of the watch party, 4 hombres in tactical gear backed their truck up to the wall, took a ladder, went over the wall, and broke into this house. Only problem was the family was home. They expected them to be at the watch party, is what we're thinking. And so they tied them up and held them there, and we're in the house. They had guns and everything else, held them for an hour, took a substantial, whatever substantial is, that's all, the only way it was described to us, was a substantial amount of cash and jewelry. And then since the power was out, they proceeded to break into the house on both sides of them and get what they could get. And there's an electric fence that butts up against the wall. And instead of going over the wall, well, no power, really would have been appropriate if the power had come right back on when they were cutting through the electric fence. Mm-hmm. But it didn't happen, and they cut their way through the electric fence and got in their truck, and off they went. So it was a little unnerving to know that this happened so close.
Because security here is so freaking tight. We can't have any kind of deliveries other than food after 7 p.m. Nobody can get in. And everybody who comes in to visit us warrants a phone call to me first to see if it's okay. That's how it is. And as far as we know, there's only 2 ways in. There is the way that visitors enter, and there is an alternative way
for oversized trucks.
Yeah.
And both have a casetta, because we have been called for, or normally the main casetta were like Annie, Vet, and Arlene, and Mark and Vicky and Cesar. When they come and see us, the one they stop at, they call.
Yeah.
The oversized casetta, they tend to like to use WhatsApp and send a WhatsApp message,
yep.
which Gina really appreciates because, well, she has the auto translate on instead of having to try and do
it's really hard to take, to do a conversation on the phone when it's not your native language. Most of the time I just basically say, está bien, gracias.
Yeah.
It's usually what I say. But
along with the bueno.
Yeah.
I mean,
the fact that these guys came in over the wall, and it's interesting because after I started listening to the more details about where it happened, what they did, I knew exactly where this was because I take Max for a walk. I leave here and go down around the corner and down into that cul-de-sac. I know exactly where it is. There are some very large houses back in that corner. One house it's either a house or a multi-unit, I don't know what, is being built right now. On the other end of the cul-de-sac, there is some construction going on. And then closest to us, I don't know if this is a multi-unit either, but I think it is because there's always at least 6 or 7 cars there. It had some construction or some work going on.
Well, somebody had a good idea that there was a substantial amount of cash in the house.
Yeah. This was an inside job.
Somebody gave them some tip for them to show up the way they did and everything else. So it was like, wow, okay. Not worried that Angelica, our housekeeper, is going to tell them, oh yeah, they keep a boatload of cash there at the house. They ain't happening. So, I mean, they ain't a boatload of cash.
We don't keep a boatload of cash and we don't keep a boatload of jewelry. So those 2 things are done. But this sounds a lot like an inside job. And the interesting thing is since it happened, there is a security person on a moped that rides down in there regularly. I see him every day at different times of the day when I take Max for a walk. And he's been going down there, but I have to laugh because this happened during a blackout at night. So going down there during the day isn't going to do anything, but what are you gonna do?
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those where, we sit there and go, do we, because we sleep with quite frequently, one of the sliding glass doors is open or whatever. And do I feel like I have changed anything? I think the first 2 nights we were a little more cognizant of let's lock everything up. But to be realistic, if somebody wants to get in, there's so much glass here.
Oh, that's true.
I mean,
yeah.
Hello,
like we're in a terrarium. All they got to do is break a window.
And, all the way around.
Yep.
So.
Yep. And I'm more concerned about things like getting in and getting into the room where I keep all my work stuff. That would be pretty detrimental to my ability to work. But I still feel very safe here. I think this was an unfortunate incident, an inside job, an expectation that nobody was going to be home, and they knew that there were valuables in that house. And then they got the surprise that the people were home. And then they took advantage of the power being out and hit 2 more houses at the same time.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're going to do to stop that. There's a wall. You can see the wall from the cul-de-sac. It runs and runs and runs the length of this property.
So, if somebody wants in, putting up locks, well, a lock is there to keep an honest man honest. Somebody who's intent upon bad deeds, well, those bad deeds are still going to occur. So
what I find to be unnerving is the fact that they dressed up in tactical gear and brought weapons to rob a place that they expected
to be empty. But they were prepared for whatever.
Right.
First of all, not only did they bring weapons, they bought the rope to tie the people up with. They had the shears.
We don't know if they had rope.
They had the shears to cut the electric fence. So,
they could have tied them up with telephone cord for all we know. We don't know what they tied them up with.
Who the hell has a telephone anymore?
I'm just saying.
I know.
We don't know what they tied them up with, so we don't know that they carried in rope with them. It's just the fact that they scaled a wall, broke in. They picked that house because there was a lot of money and there was jewelry. And then they see that the power's out and they take advantage of a couple more houses nearby. And then they cut the fence and leave.
Yep. It really would have been nice if the power would come back on right at that time.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay. You've barely received any rain this year. Aww.
Wow. We have had deluges.
Yeah. A few of them, for sure.
And we're inside tonight because, it's was supposed to rain.
It did get cloudier.
Well, yeah. But, the sun ray disappeared because the cloud cover, but.
Yeah. And it was it was pouring here too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do we know anything about the people who got tied up?
Yeah, no, they're okay. They,
it was kids too, right?
It was 2 parents and 2 kids, and no, they were fine, because our next door neighbor works with Balvanera, and so she was able to get the official story from the Balvanera people and what the police told them. And basically, it was one of those where they'll look for them a little bit if it's a robbery. They'll look for them a lot harder if it's assault or a murder. So, leaving the people fine means that they have a better chance of getting away with the crime. So,
okay. So they're not going to look as hard.
They got other things to do. So,
damn. What's that tell you?
That they're underpaid.
Yeah, it is scary. And yes, he's also right. Those police are underpaid. So that makes sense. I'm going to move over this way a little bit. There we go. I want to have a purple glow behind me, lighting my purple hair. It's not purple anymore. Looking forward to Mextranjero. However, I am caring for someone close to me that might be in beginning stages of dementia. Oh no. If I can't make it, of course, I will let you know. And of course, cover my, I know what you're going to say.
I know.
Your room costs, right?
Speaking of Mextranjero. We do have, we are up to 15. Mark and Paulette have been working very hard at ensuring that Mextranjero 2027 is going to be a success. And we're up to 15 channels now. Thank you very much to Expat Spanish, Amy Whitney, for being the confirmed host right now. And there's several new channels that are going to be there. So I read the list, and shame on me. I mean, Mark and Paulette are on here.
I know one person who's going to be there, and I am excited. Pedroza Travel.
That's the one that was sticking with me because John's been a subscriber and has commented for years on our videos, and I'm really looking forward to getting an opportunity to finally get to meet John. So but they're still working on putting the finishing touches on which hotels are going to give you the best location and price. So they're working them hard to get you some discounts on some things and everything else. But if past performances are indicative of how it's going to be, we're going to have a blast. So
we are. And we do want to give a shout out to Amy Whitney and Expat Spanish.
Yep.
She is our primary and confirmed sponsor.
Yep.
For this year. She has a fantastic course. We've both been in it. She has made some improvements to it, which we really haven't been in it since she made the improvements. So if it was already good to start with, it's even better now.
Amy wouldn't release it if it wasn't going to make it better, because she is all about, making the whole experience as easy and as seamless as possible. And it's, so that's where I learned a lot of my Spanish came right from Expat Spanish.
And my biggest improvement came from taking Expat Spanish class. And I had tried a lot of things. My primary problem was always been focus and really committing to whatever program I was using. When it came to Expat Spanish, I had to, because we had homework. And we would have a live class with fellow students, and we would be, all right, Mark didn't, but I took it seriously enough to do my homework.
I took it seriously.
And we would have these classes with other students in the class, and we would play games, and we would talk to each other and ask each other questions and give answers back. And it puts you on the spot. You don't want to be that person, so you do your homework.
I wasn't that person.
I know. I don't know how you did that. But anyway, if you look in the chat, you will find that I have given links for both the Facebook group for Mextranjero, and I've also provided the link for Expat Spanish for that class. Hello, baby. Excuse me. And be sure, if you do sign up for Expat Spanish, use the code GRU for GringosRUs 10.
And you get a 10% discount.
Excuse me.
We don't get any kickback on that or anything else. It's one of those that Amy approached us and was like, I'd love to have you guys take the course, and that way you can honestly talk about how the course was for, and tell people. And that was a great trade-off, and she's still giving you guys a 10% off. So
essentially, we got the classes at no cost, and we just promote the classes because we do believe in them. We don't promote stuff we don't believe in, honestly. So that's the truth.
Yep.
We wouldn't bother if we didn't think it was a good course, and it was a good course, and it did help me immensely, even though I'm nowhere near as good as Mark right now, who did no homework, by the way. I did homework. That's just how I am.
Yeah.
Okay. In Mexico City, they come via rooftops too. And when we were in San Luis Potosí this last time, I know Arlene was very nervous about the glass door to their bedroom being unlocked. She wanted to lock it because she's like, they could just walk right across the roof, and she's not wrong. But there was a restaurant next door, so
we had a restaurant on one side, and then we had we ain't playing that game. Motorcycle shop on the other side. But they could go up 6 doors down, get on the roofs, and they start going ka-chunk, 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 and look like Dick Van Dyke and Mary Poppins. So
Aww.
Hey.
Aww. That's so cute. Chimney sweep.
Chimney.
Yeah. Lots of pink waving hand. Hi, Willie.
Hey, Willie. Oh, dude.
I know he's a land shark.
Oh.
Our little puppy is a land shark. He's got these teeth.
Well, and he has extra teeth right now. He's got 2 sets coming in certain places because his adult teeth are coming in.
He's got double canines. We're under water restrictions in Florida and have been for a while. Can only use hose, pipe, or wash the car 1 day a week. Fed up with heat here too. That sucks. And Florida is humid and sticky anyway. And then you got the heat and you can't cool off. And
right, dude.
I know that there's been a heat wave going through the East Coast too, through DC, Philly, etc. It's been hot. Charlotte, yep. All right. Hey, Stephanie. Hi there. Would you like to say hello? Hey there. Say hello. Say, I'm a land shark. I'm a land shark and I'm okay. Right? I bite all night and I sleep all day. Still a good boy, though. He's much better. The 4th of July gathering that we had, we thought it was just going to be insane with his barking. He was good. He would be like all hyped up for about 30 minutes, and then he was good. So he's getting better and less reactive. It's been hard. I can get really frustrated when I take him for walks. He's good for about 15 minutes. And if we come across another dog, another person, the rest of the walk is shot to hell. Because now he's just lunging and pulling on his leash, and he's like so hard. His front feet are up in the air, and he's really hard to walk. But he's getting better. He's getting better, and we're not doing that. No bites. No.
I mean, he is still only 5 months old, so there is that. But he is.
All right.
He got out this morning. I was washing the sheets because Angelica comes on Wednesdays to clean the house, and I get the sheets in the washer and then try and get them in the dryer so that when she gets here, all she got to do is put sheets on the bed and we're good to go. And this little butthead decided to sneak out behind me, and so for about 20 minutes plus, he thinks we're playing the game of chase me around big yard out there, and it's like,
catch me,
dude, I have things to do.
Look at those teeth. Look at those teeth. Rah!
Ow.
I know he drew blood on my wrist the other day. Those teeth are sharp. And your aura, oh, my purple aura. See, it works. I love purple. Thank you for giving me the purple.
Well, yeah.
It looks good on me. Speaking of looking good on me, when we were in Mexico City, Mark said some guy was checking out my butt.
Well, William, who was the front desk guy, got us a taxi to go to Rush. And William is all of about 5'2", and he's hoofing it. And I'm bringing up the rear, and Gina's up there, and some guy was standing there in the doorway, and Gina goes by, and he goes and looks, and then he smiles, and I was like, so I'm just gonna pass that on, baby. That
I'm not sure what he was smiling at because anyway.
I
got one heck of a badonkadonk. So there's a lot of badonkadonk back there donking.
So
badonkadonk.
But
it echoes when it donks. There's a shelf. My kids told me I have a shelf. That wasn't nice of them. Made me feel bad.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
Journey says hi to Max. Hey, Max. He's gone now.
Not for long.
Not for long. He'll be back. Oh, it's Maxwell. Maxie, Max, yes. Okay. And hola. Elsa.
Hey, Elsa.
I don't think we've seen you for a while either.
People have lives.
It's been a while. So welcome and thanks for joining us tonight. Journeys were land shark age was 5 months. Yeah. Yes, it will get better. Oh gosh. Oh, the teeth. Whoo, and he wants to chew.
Everything.
But I know it'll get better. But my scabs on my arm are hoping that it happens sooner than it probably will. Okay, so let's see. We talked about the electricity.
Okay.
And the robbery.
Now we can talk about the big soccer tournament and a little bit about, we did get to, which if you are not the official provider of, let's say like this one, Fox has the rights to televise all the games. They are the official, TV provider. And so I'm watching the Braves the other day and they were like, yeah, there's this big soccer tournament going on that we can't say the name of. And I'm like, really? And
You're not allowed to say the name.
Nope. And I'm like, really? That's sort of dumb.
It is dumb.
You want everybody to say the name, and that way that you get, free publicity out of it. But, so, and then you realize every time you touch that rocks it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. So then was watching the, first off, watching the Mexico-Ecuador game. And I'm going, all right, we're on Fox. And we've got two British announcers, and it's England playing Mexico, because we didn't get to watch the Ecuador game. England versus Mexico.
So in other words,
we had a couple of homers.
It was Saul Hernandez from Caifanes versus Robert Smith from The Cure.
Well, you could look at it that way too. Yeah. and so I'm listening to the British guys do their broadcast of it. And it gets to 88 minutes, and the guy goes, we're now in the final 2 minutes. I'm like, is this the first time you've watched soccer or football, as they say in England?
Football.
Because it is not the last 2 minutes. It never has been the last 2 minutes. And as someone who is, has grown up on U.S. sports where the whistle and the clock are everything except in baseball. It's sort of like, what? Every time if he blows the whistle, can't they stop the clock? He blows the whistle for a hydration break. Can't they stop the clock? That way the clock is,
just stop the clock.
And then when he blows it again, start the clock.
It's that simple, guys. Just stop the clock.
There's all sorts of leagues that can give you the idea of that. But him going we're in the final 2 minutes.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
How much stoppage time was there?
11 minutes.
Oh my God.
So
they're going to add 11 minutes to the clock.
At least the guys the next night doing, that beat down that Belgium gave the U.S. were like, we're in the last 5 minutes plus stoppage time. So at least they were going, okay, there's 5 minutes left on the clock, and then we still have stoppage time. But I'm like, really? Why can't we make this with the clock? I've never understood that about soccer.
Just stop the clock.
And the other thing that we're hockey fans.
Mm-hmm.
And watching these guys go down. Somebody bumped my shin, and they go down like a sniper shot them. And roll around. And once, I mean, unfortunately.
And in the meantime, in hockey, they got a cut across their nose and a tooth knocked out, and they're still playing.
Yeah, I mean, they're sitting on the bench getting stitches, going, "Hurry up, my shift's coming up." It's just, and the one guy was rolling around the ground in the preliminaries against the USA, and when they did the VAR, he never got touched.
He was never touched. Oh. Hurts so good.
I don't want to knock on soccer because it's been great, or football. It's been great to watch, and that has been, a tremendous amount of excitement for the countries. I think all three of the countries, Canada, the U.S., and Mexico, have all, gotten a good bit of publicity that was needed on the right ways of going, hey, it's not as bad as what you think it is. And the national pride, I know here in Mexico, wow.
The crowds. Oh my gosh, the crowds just going to watch parties on the street, anywhere between 750 and 850 million. Sorry, 1,000.
I figure say
that's a lot of people. 750 to 850,000 between Guadalajara and Mexico City. That's just wild to me. I can't imagine going into town and standing on the sidewalks and the streets in town to watch the game on a video screen in a crowd that large. And it was large enough that they had those people that were asphyxiated, which is really sad.
Yeah.
I
can't make it through alive without having to go to the head. I mean, that'd be just like, cancel Christmas, trying to figure out that.
The desire to be there and the passion that's displayed for the team is pretty incredible.
I mean, when we were in Mexico City, everybody was wearing shirts. And we were seeing shirts from the Netherlands. We were seeing shirts from Colombia. We were seeing shirts from, of course, all the different connotations of Mexico shirts. And there are some good looking kits that were out there. I mean, the green that I have, they had a couple of different black jerseys that were
with the gold.
Wow. And then the white. It was.
And in the Rush concert, they had a Rush jersey just to cash in on the synchronization of a concert with FIFA.
Remember, don't say the name.
Oh, we can't.
Of the soccer tournament.
The soccer tournament.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I don't want them coming after us because, I was watching the U.S. game against Belgium, and they even blurred out the name of the stadium there in Seattle because it says home of and then it was blurred because they couldn't show Seahawks.
This is just ridiculous now.
If you weren't an official sponsor, they were giving you absolutely.
Oh, come on.
They don't call it Azteca Stadium in Mexico City. It was Mexico City Stadium. It's one of those where you just go.
But I heard somebody calling it Azteca Stadium.
I'm just letting you know. I went and looked up the official rules from FIFA, and I'm like, really?
Really?
Okay.
Man, I thought of something and I forgot it. I'm sitting here thinking, what was it that I wanted to bring up? We were talking about that. Well, let's just move on real quick. And Willie, we have been in the 70s. And
it's absolutely.
It's been
glorious.
Gorgeous weather, nice and cool, very comfortable during the day right now. Basically, summer is over in Mexico. For the most part.
It's comfortable.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't rain, it's a perfect time to sit out. The only thing that Max has done that has made it a little less comfortable well, there's things that he does that do tend to draw more flies, even if you clean it up. I mean, it's just.
Yeah, they're hanging around. We have an artificial grass carpet that we put out on our larger patio. And I don't think I want to get a bigger size because the maintenance on it, this size is enough. And I tried the vinegar water, but it wasn't totally working. Probably because this is laying down on top of cement tiles. So I bought professional veterinarian and kennel cleaner. That stuff works. And I think I only have to add a tablespoon. I bought a gallon. I only have to add a tablespoon of this to a gallon of water. And I take it out and dump it all around. And it smells nice and it works.
Well, and then every once in a while, we're going to have to just pull it all the way back.
Yep.
Hose off the backing on the carpet, hose down the concrete, spray some of this on there, let it dry, and then we can put it back down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's really good, effective stuff. And my thought process was, if vets use it, if dog kennels use it, then I'm going to use it. It'll work. And I'm impressed. It's not an enzymatic cleaner. It's not anything like that. The problem with the enzymatic cleaners, although I do agree, I believe they do work. The problem with the enzymatic cleaner, though, is that we're using this outside, and as the heat beats down, I'm not confident that the bacteria that creates those enzymes would be active long enough to make a difference. So this stuff works. And if anybody wants to know what it's called, I will look it up on my phone and let you know.
Max is out there treating the patio like it's his own jungle gym.
Yeah, I see that. He's back on that.
He's jumping from this to that. And
oh, Lord. Okay. Hola from Alfredo, and Denise. Just got my temporary residency. All right. That is awesome. It's been really nice here, Lakeside, too. Skeeters are out a few more weeks. Yeah. And see, you being Lakeside, I feel like you're going to see more of them simply because of the boggy water that's closer to the shoreline. I don't think there's much you can do about it. And rainy season, they're going to be around anyway. It doesn't take much. Tablespoon of water on the road. It's all a mosquito needs. So I will tell you this, though. If you happen to see live squiggly little mosquitoes in a water source, all you have to do is add about a teaspoon of dish soap to a cup of water and just pour it in there. And it creates a barrier on the top. It keeps them from being able to come up and get oxygen. So they die.
Yeah, just don't do it in a running fountain.
Yeah, that's a bad idea.
We found that out the hard way.
Well,
we didn't think that.
I actually knew that would happen. I've seen.
Yeah, but we didn't expect it to bubble up
to be as bad as it was.
We looked like Alice in the Brady Bunch, that one episode where it just comes running down, or Ensign Frank Pulver after he blew up the laundry. So
yes,
it was like,
yes,
yeah. But it's effective. I mean, it worked very well in Merida, and we had a lot of them there. And we had some fountains that didn't work, but they did collect water.
Yep, and they were in there.
And so, little dish soap and done.
Yep. Okay. What else do we have? What kind of news?
Didn't know if you wanted to talk driver's license.
Well, our friends Mark and Vicky are going tomorrow to get their Querétaro driver's license, or at least attempt to. Now, I know that in Mexico, each state is different and has different requirements. It may even change from city to city. That I'm not sure. We do know that it's easier to go to Baja California Sur to get your driver's license than it would be, say, in a city like Querétaro.
Or Mexico City.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
But it was interesting it sounded like they may have to take a written test. I don't know how you would do that if Spanish wasn't your first language. So that'll be interesting to hear about. But what was even more interesting is that they could potentially fail the driving part if they don't do a perfect parallel park. And parallel parking is, for some people, it's really easy, and some people, you need a few attempts to get it done. But apparently, they're very strict here.
All it tells me is that there's a lot of people driving in Querétaro with no license, because we have seen a ton who cannot parallel park.
Man, not just parallel park. They just can't drive.
I wasn't even going. I'm just talking about on just the one part.
It seems like this is. We're going to find out more tomorrow. They'll let us know how it went. I'm a little surprised about the written part. If you already possess a driver's license, would they require you to do the written one? Maybe. I don't know. And if you were taking a written exam, would they let you use your phone, for example, to translate? Probably not. I don't know.
No, because then you get the answers. I mean,
potentially. Oh, speaking of answers, I took 5 practice examinations with a pool of sample questions for Mexican citizenship. I did 5 different ones, random questions asked. Each and every time I got at 70%. I think one time I got 60%, but I got 70%. Now, the interesting thing is they only ask you 10 questions. So you got to get, if I got 70%, that means I missed 3. In the United States, 70% is enough to get your citizenship. But in Mexico, a written exam required 80%. You must get 80% to pass.
It wasn't easy. I mean,
it wasn't horrible, though. I was surprised I knew what I knew.
Well, I mean, our travels around Mexico, we've experienced a lot of things, and a lot of that has we've retained. And
yeah, especially the history.
Yeah, I mean, going to in the San Miguel de Allende, Atotonilco and Dolores Hidalgo, great way of learning a lot of history.
Yep.
Puebla, another great place if you want to learn Mexican history. I mean, and so we've been to some places that, and some of them, I mean, one of them was name a state that borders Querétaro, the state of Querétaro. Okay.
Yeah.
Guanajuato. I mean, some of them we just sort of went, duh,
Right.
But,
for somebody who's foreign born and has been here less than 4 years, I thought I did really well, getting a 70% multiple times. But you need an 80% here if you're going to take the citizenship written exam. Now, if you are Mark's age, you don't have to. You just have to conduct an interview at A2 level Spanish.
Whichever A2 means. I mean,
it's where he's at. He's actually been at A2 level for a while. So just saying. But I thought that was interesting that I did try to take sample Mexican citizenship exams, and I was coming out at a 70%. And I think that's, even though that's not passing as far as Mexico is concerned, I'm still impressed that I got 70%. I should have been failing them, hearing how hard they're supposed to be. So,
well, and we don't know if those have been revamped.
No, I know.
I mean,
I know. Okay.
Maybe they had it so it was so hard that they went, no.
Any updates on how to get new credit cards sent into Mexico? Yes and no. I wanted to touch base on this again because it's funny. After this happened to us, remember, we didn't have this problem in May because I got 2 cards in May. It didn't happen until June.
Something happened in June.
Well, what happened, the law went into effect in January. What happened was they started paying attention to it.
Yeah, I mean,
in Querétaro,
they could have had
in June.
They could have had a visit from somebody who went,
right.
You guys got to start enforcing this,
right.
Or they got a new manager who went, this is the law. I mean, who knows? But something between that point in May and about 4 weeks later, it went, nope.
They decided to enforce it. So basically what I'm seeing now multiple times since we last mentioned this. There will be some rando person showing up on Facebook in a Facebook group that's associated with some kind of expat or immigrant experience in Mexico in some city. The customs brokers or customs people are holding on to my cards and they won't let them go. This isn't right. It's coming up more than once now. Okay, this needs to stop.
Let me go see what's going on. Doesn't mean it's going to stop.
No, but he needs to not be barking so much. Anyway, I'm seeing more and more posts on social media. So it is happening to more and more people. So they have started to actually enforce this law. What can you do? Well, oh, he's coming over now. Your options are pretty much what we had discussed. You have them. If you're trying to get them here and they won't let them in, you return them back to the sender. Hopefully you have somebody there in the States who you can send it to, and they can activate the card for you until you have an opportunity to pick it up in person. Or you have somebody who goes back and forth into Mexico. It could be a group of friends and you're all, acquainted with each other and you trust each other. And you organize who's going back when, and you have it sent to that person when they're there, and then they bring it in for you.
Or you found that service that was in Texas.
Willie gave me the website for this RV mail service place in Texas. I had heard of it. I was aware of it. But I wanted to find out the details. And so it's an RV park that functions also as a mail forwarding service, similar to
Dakota Post.
The thing is, though, is they're not going to help you with this unless you have a membership. So there is a monthly or annual membership fee that you have to pay to be a member, and you will have a mailbox there. Then if you want to have things forwarded here, they can carry it by courier into Mexico and then get it forwarded to you that way. But that comes with an additional fee on top of the membership fee that you're already paying. And it's good for these bank cards, for example, important documents, packages, things like that. And that is it. The only way it's getting in this country is it came with a human being and it was hand carried.
Yep.
That's it.
I mean, it's, if you're going to try and get it sent, it's going to be hit or miss if you are in a market that has not already instituted.
Right.
If it's one of those that's already instituted, like here in Querétaro, we are SOL. I mean, it's going to have to come in, bling, bang, boom. And,
I mean, fortunately, Capital One, for example, they have virtual cards right inside the Capital One app,
which we've never been real fans of, but we
really
may have to start.
And of course, there's Google Wallet, there's the Apple Pay wallet, things like that. You can import your cards that way, and you can use that method to use the cards for purchases. The problem is not every vendor that you visit is going to have tap to pay. Some will, some won't. And you're talking about getting the card activated by somebody else in the United States so that it stays active on your phone. And there have been incidences where, let's say they changed the number, or let's say they changed the card company.
Because they sent mine to the wrong address. So the replacement was automatically going to be a new card, which means they cut off the old one, which, okay. So,
and I just had a credit card that changed companies. And so they were sending me a new card for that reason. So I didn't even know if I was going to have the same number anymore. It's a different company now. Well, what I found out is there's a chance that they could also deactivate the PIN or whatever it is they use to validate the card in your Google Wallet, they could. Doesn't mean they would. What I found out about the card that changed names, they just updated it. They just updated the name on the card. Actually, the number was the same. Now, I just got another message, and this is really why is this happening? Another credit card just sent me an email a couple days ago and said my new card was in the mail. Why? I looked at my old card. It's good until next year. I don't know why this company is sending me a new card. I'm a little like, why are you sending me a new card? The card I have is good until 2027. So there's another card now that I'm going to have to deal with. I'll just send it to my daughter and she'll activate it. And hopefully I can watch in Google Pay and see if it updates there as well. I mean, and we have
for the ones that we had sitting here for 11 days and then they finally sent back, we were able to get those sent back,
yes,
returned, get them to our youngest daughter, and she was able to activate them and no damage done. So, now we're just without the physical cards until October.
Now we've got 2, maybe even 3. No, 2 or 4. I don't know. We each have a Capital One Saver card and a Capital One Venture card. So that's 4 cards total. And Capital One is supposedly going to be Discover now. Guess what doesn't work in most places in Mexico? Discover is not widely accepted here. So we're probably going to have to switch.
So we're in the process of doing the pencil to paper and going, okay, which one of our cards that we currently have is going to give us, no foreign transaction fees, which,
is a big deal.
Cash
back, because we get a ton of cash back on our Saver card. Our Capital One Saver, lots of cash back because we use it for everything. And then the Venture card gives me airline miles. So, we're working on it. But there is no easy way with these cards. This is how it is. Unless they rescind this law, unless they put in some kind of exceptions for existing accounts, how they would check that, I don't know. But you have to fill out this form. I think the form is called an A2. And a customs broker or a importer has to fill that out.
8,000 to 11,000 pesos if you want to become your own.
It's like $600 to get this done. And that's not worth it. So, driver's license in Quintana Roo, no driving test, no written test, very easy. See, and I believe it's the same in BCS.
Yeah, I think BCS just walk in and go, I got a valid driver's license from.
But apparently not in Querétaro. So we're going to find out tomorrow, see what they say. I'm late. You are not late, Sheila.
Max.
I know, he's just wound up right now. It seems like the governments are just making it harder and harder to expat. Well, they might be. There may be a bigger plan, but actually,
I got a feeling it's more for other reasons, and this is one of the.
This is an anti-money laundering,
an unintentional byproduct. And is it something that is really worth totally redoing everything for? Probably not. It's like anytime any government does any bill, I'm not even going to say it.
The intention was it's a part of the Anti-Money Laundering Act. And they are doing it because they believe the cartels are transferring money in this manner. Maybe they are. And maybe that's a bigger issue than how it may inconvenience some of us. We're not that big of a percentage in the overall demographic of the country. So it's just a byproduct of circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
And we can't really change that.
No. Dude.
Find a friend who travels back and forth and have it muled. Yeah, that's what I was just saying.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about doing.
We're talking about having a group of friends.
Put a schedule together and let us know, oh, yeah, I'm going back. I've got, this going on in like, we know that we're going in March, and we know that we're going in October. So, if anybody need anything, send it to us, and we'll,
that's how we'll do it.
and then once we get back in the country, then, like for you guys up there and San Luis, we could just go to the DHL or the FedEx office and send it to you.
Okay, calm down. You need to calm down.
Good luck.
Land shark. Telegram. Candygram. Candygram.
Candygram for Mongo.
I think, was that Candygram or Telegram for Mongo?
No, it's Candygram.
Was it? Because I just remember the Land Shark with Chevy Chase, and it was also a Candygram.
And that was homage to Mel Brooks. Because,
I had no idea. Okay.
Because that was
in Blazing Saddles.
Because Blazing Saddles, he goes, and they won't give me credit for inventing the Candygram. Yeah.
Okay. I'm keeping Navy Federal Credit Union card. Used to dealing with people who retire in other countries. Easy to deal with, but not in the best terms. They're my backup card. Yeah, and that's good, but they're not going to let you import it into Mexico. The Navy Federal Credit Union may say, sure, we'll send it to you in Mexico. The
Well,
going to say
they
no.
may not, Navy Federal Credit Union may not have a problem. The problem is on this side.
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
I said, they may say, sure, we'll send it to you, but the aduana's not going to let it in. So,
Depending upon where you send it. I mean,
true,
because that's,
depending on where you are and whether they're following the law or not.
there might be.
It may also depend on the carrier. DHL is being a stickler. Maybe FedEx won't. It might be worth it to send it by FedEx. Problem is I don't want to send it by FedEx because my option to use FedEx is basically overnight, and it's a ridiculous amount of money. International overnight. And then let's say it gets here and I still can't have it.
And then it sits at the aduana.
So I just wasted the money. Yeah. I'm not going there.
And by the time we pay that, here, let me buy a plane ticket and go get it.
It was the same bank you're speaking of that changed name. The expiration date, unfortunately, is the same date as the old card. I didn't mention the bank, the one that changed names. In fact, I didn't mention their name.
I don't think so.
No, I know I didn't. I'm talking about Ally Bank changing their name to Olo. I know I didn't say either one of those, so I'm not sure what you're talking about. And then the other one who's sending a card that I didn't ask for, that's not expiring until next year, that's Mercury Bank. And I have no idea why they're sending me a new card. So, but I'm not worried about it. But anyway, so Capital One, they're joining the Discover network, and they're not even 100% clear on when they are rotating certain accounts out. I understand that they're not going to rotate out their Visa card clients, but they are rotating out MasterCard clients, and they have a rollout schedule, but we don't know how, or when. The assumption we're running with is if they're ready to send us new cards, they're probably going to roll it out on us. That would make sense.
Yeah, we're MasterCard.
Yeah, we're MasterCard. I know.
Yeah.
They only give Visa to their elite customers.
And then you have to have a new number because the numbers correspond, because if it starts with a 4, it's a Visa. If it starts with a 5, it's a MasterCard.
Yep.
And if it starts with a 7, it's a Discover.
Yep.
I think that's right. I think it's a 7.
Something like that. My RFC appointment is next week.
All right.
Then I'm taking the Subaru to Texas to sell. Then I'll get a checking account and then buy a Mexican car here. Okay. Sounds like a plan. I would buy new personally, but
yeah,
there might be somebody out there that you can trust really, really well with a used car, but the used car laws here are non-existent compared to what you're used to seeing in the U.S.
You're not getting any lemon laws.
So I would honestly, I would prefer to just buy brand new, and then I'm dealing with the dealer, and that's it.
I'd rather just keep ours.
Run
to Mexico, deal with a broker, nationalize it, bring it back.
Our car's worth keeping, though. It's worth keeping because the miles that we put on it hasn't been that bad. We've got the new engine in it, and the body's in great shape.
Yeah.
So,
And amazingly, after all the driving we have done in Mexico, it still hadn't added up to that much.
Right.
Because honestly, we really, really did not drive a whole lot once we get to a place. He's got the pig without the squeaker.
Okay. It's like, please tell me he's not chewing his bed.
No, he's
no,
already
I
taken
did not check with Mercury Bank to see that someone else didn't request the new card. The thing is they have my email and they have my address. I already checked my account because I logged into the account and I logged in to see if there was any notification, anything going on in there. And I couldn't see anything of significance. So when it shows up, I'll have my traveling mailbox scan the letter that comes with it, and I'll forward the whole thing to my daughter, and we'll deal with it then. I have a funny feeling it's got something to do with who bought what, because that seems to be happening a lot lately.
No, I mean, they're playing the same game that AT&T used to do. You had all the bell companies. The government would say, you have a monopoly, and they break them all up. And then slowly they start putting them all back together. And they get too big, and the government would go, oh, you got to break them up. And they all go back out again. And it's like watching the accordion get played, and the banks were the same way. You had the big banks that were buying up the little banks, and no, there's not enough bank. What are we going to do for the small regional people? Da, 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 da. And so then they break the banks up, and then it
Cool. All right.
Somebody's making money off of it somewhere, somehow.
So San Luis is the same with the driver's license, nothing needed. You need to have your license from the U.S. valid, and you need your current CFE and show residency card. See, I would think it would be like that, but we'll find out. We'll see what Querétaro was like. Maybe Vicky and Mark are getting stressed out over nothing. We'll find out tomorrow.
I think somebody's giving them some information. So
somebody's telling them something. We'll find out tomorrow whether it's true,
whether the information is valid or not.
And then we'll know firsthand because they're going to tell us all about it.
Oh yeah,
for sure. I can't afford new. There's a local used dealer with really good reputation. My car was made in Japan. I can't nationalize it.
Well,
that
sucks. The good news is the community that you're in there in Ajijic.
Yeah.
It's small.
Yeah.
And so it's one of those where, if you screw somebody in Ajijic, everybody's going to know about it. And so that's one of those where being in that particular market is good in that particular situation. So
that's true.
That's true. Here in Querétaro,
you don't know what you're getting.
Yeah. Guadalajara, the same thing. You're definitely, doing it there local in Ajijic would make a lot more sense than going up the road to Guadalajara and going, oh, they got a great selection up here. Yeah, but they don't live in the community. And once you drive off the lot, okay.
Yeah, you never know. You may come across somebody who has lived there and is going back to the U.S. or back to Canada or whatever, and they're selling theirs. That happens quite a bit. What?
Man, that's a long drive to get all the way back to Canada.
No, they probably bought it there and they've owned it there.
Yeah.
Here, in Ajijic. And now they're going back.
But what I'm saying, though, is if you, couldn't nationalize your car,
no.
I don't know if you could sell Canadian in the U.S. If you had to drive all the way back to Canada, that's a haul.
That would suck.
That's a haul.
That would definitely suck. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that.
Which I have seen that in places like Cabo, they sell people that are going back. They sell their cars. That's a market all amongst to itself of going, hey, we're leaving the country. We got a car for sale. So.
Well, it got really warm in here all of a sudden.
There's no breeze out there whatsoever. The trees are dead still.
Yeah, I see that. It got really warm. I know that AARP Chase Visa card changed to Barclays Master out of the blue a couple years ago. It happens all the time. In fact, I have to laugh
Somebody making money.
I'm trying to remember. First of all, I'm trying to remember if it was Merrick or Mercury. One of them closed the card on us. Merrick closed the card because we didn't use it enough.
We were sitting in SMA.
And that's what it is. Mercury is changing to Merrick. Remember I made that comment?
Yep, because we were
that's
sitting,
what it is.
We were sitting in SMA, and my aunt died. And it was like, well, you know what? We haven't used this card in a while. I'm just going to go ahead and put the airline ticket on this.
Yes.
And it was like,
it wasn't working.
No, you're not.
They closed it because we hadn't used it enough. That was the Merrick card. So we threw it away because it was closed. And Mercury is changing to Merrick.
So now we know we got to use it at least once every 6 months.
Yeah. And Olo, that Ally card that I have used to be an Olo card 6 years ago. And they changed to Ally. And they just changed back to Olo. They do this stuff all the time. It's annoying. Here in Nuevo Leon, I didn't have to take a written test, but for driver's license, but the officer did invite me to buy him a taco. Okay, buy him a taco. That works. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what Vicky and Mark say. Maybe they're getting some bad information. We'll find out what happens because tomorrow's the day. I know they're both nervous about it, so I don't know. My wife has a Subaru. You know what? My sister from another mister also has a Subaru. She loves those cars. They last forever.
Oh my God, she's had that thing for 20 years now.
That's her second
minimum.
One. That's her second one. She traded in for a newer one.
Oh.
About 10 or 15 years ago, actually. But she's had it. Yeah, and it's a workhorse. She loves it.
Not the same one from when she kicked me out of her bed.
Honey, I don't remember.
Okay.
A Subaru is a Subaru is a Subaru.
I know.
We used our CS card at our bank the other day, Capital, which was Intercam. Anyhow, the fee went up on getting cash. It was 174 pesos, though. CS will reimburse. Barclay Aviator went to Citi. This stuff is confusing. All this back and forth. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Buy a basic EV. Well, you got to have a charging station. That's the thing.
And in Mexico, you can find them in the major cities.
Yeah.
I remember, the first one we saw was in Monterrey. But if we were driving an electric vehicle from Monterrey to get to Querétaro, wasn't happening. I mean, they're just, unless we put solar panels on the roof of the car, and we already had a roof bag up there, that was just, he's up.
Max.
I've seen very few here in Querétaro. I've seen more in Balvanera, people charging their EVs here.
Yeah, they put in their own station.
Yeah, they have their own station put in. I've seen them plugged in here.
But then these are also homes that you buy your house and your plot of land for 6.2 million pesos.
Or more.
Or more. And wow, I took him for a walk one day and I followed the golf cart path, and way down on the entry end of Balvanera, I thought this house across from us that I call the White Palace was something to see. Oh my God. Oh, no. The biggest house I've seen is down that way. It was incredible.
On the golf course.
It was incredible. So there's some big money in this place.
We in the poor section over here.
Yes, we are. We are in the ghetto section of Balvanera.
Uh-huh.
And we have a nice house. I just can't imagine what those houses look like inside, though. Woo, big. To avoid taking a driving test, I'd buy someone a taco. You got that right. I'd buy them a taco and a beer. Cerveza.
After they took the test. The cerveza.
Well, that's right.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just, I'd buy them a taco first, but, I don't want them going in there with beer on their breath going,
We bought a new one last year and the process was fine. 3 months ago, we bought a used one from Quebec online, and it was probably the easiest process ever, and we're pleased with. Okay, good.
Good.
Very good. So Quebec is the Mexican version of like Carvana or something.
I don't know. I haven't seen any of the car vending machines in all of our travels, but that doesn't mean.
I should look Quebec up and just see. Because that sounds interesting. I'm curious now. It's the second time I've seen that Quebec. Regarding buying a used car, we bought it from Jorge Medero, who Romy had been buying from over 25 years.
Enough said.
That's all you have to say. Never had issues. He's one who hooked us up with Inbursa. See, if you've got a good source and a good referral.
If you have a Romy,
yeah.
If you move to Querétaro, you have access to Romy.
Yes.
But if you have somebody like Romy, then you're.
Oh, she vets everybody.
Yeah, I mean, she will not let any vendor. She will not suggest anybody. Plumero, electricista, anybody, until they have done work for her, and they got to live up to her standards. And her family was, architects and civil engineers and everything else. So she has an exacting standard. And it's like, okay, when she said, you need anything, electricista or plomero, call Saul. And Saul is great. I mean, it's like, okay.
It's awesome. We'll need to drive back and forth to Arkansas.
No.
Yeah, so no EV. Looking at a 10-year-old Honda CRV.
Yeah, that
Honda CRVs are pretty nice, I think.
No, my sister has a RAV4. Yeah, no, my brother.
I'm pretty sure I've had them from rental companies.
They're a little small SUV.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smaller than ours.
Push button start on some of them.
Oh God.
I like that.
Well, yeah, and once you figure it out, I mean, frickin' frack here in Oklahoma City at the airport, first time we've ever had one of these with a push button start, and literally we were 10 minutes sitting in the parking lot trying to figure out how to start. We kept pushing the button, didn't realize, put your foot on the brake, push the button, and then
an instruction manual would be helpful.
Or you know what? Even just going, have you ever driven one that's a push button start? No. Okay. Put your foot on the brake, then hit the button.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now finally some guy came over and we were like, thank you, because
we don't know.
We weren't getting any closer to our hotel.
The engine,
I think we had gotten about 6 inches, and that was just gravity.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, we're dumb. I just gave my friend Lauren my old Subaru Outback. Those are nice. I do like the Outbacks. Had 199,000 miles.
Hey.
Still running well. Looks great. There you go. Nice. My Subaru is the Forester XT with a race car engine. Whoa, really? It does not like the gas here. I buy premium and add octane booster, and that barely works. Wow. We buy the premium too, and you're having problems with it. Wow.
Yeah, well, we don't have a race car engine. We got a four.
That's true.
We got a 4-cylinder that gets us up and down the hills, and that's about all we can say. So
I like it. What the kavak is going on? What the kavak going on? I like that. Kavak or kavak? I'm going to have to look them up because I hadn't heard that before. Oh, God. All right. Maybe he'll stop barking soon.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Okay.
Oh, I know. I pulled off my first harvested Cherokee purple tomato from my plants. Now, some backstory. I really like Cherokee purple tomatoes because they're a very large beefsteak tomato. They're heirloom, so they are more susceptible to diseases and things, and they can be quite ugly because they're not the pretty, perfect hybrid tomato. But they are one of the most flavorful tomatoes that I have ever had, and they make fantastic sandwiches. He's going to go tell the land shark to bring the alert down. And so I harvested seeds over 4 years ago. These were probably close to 5 years old now. And I've had these seeds, been carrying them around with me. And I finally decided to try to do it right. I got 20-gallon grow bags, got the right soil, nutrients, substrate, things I needed to plant them. And I've got plants now. Now, the weather in Querétaro tends to be a dry Mediterranean type temperature and humidity level. And they were doing okay. I had to water them every day. Rainy season came in and I didn't really have to water them anymore. And they started to flower. I've got all different stages of growth happening out there. And I don't have diseases. I don't have fungus. I don't have blossom rot. I don't have any of those issues. But they're not as tall as I thought the plants would be. So it could be because
they sort of stunted here lately.
They stunted lately. They normally are about 6 feet tall. These are indeterminates, and they can get 6 to 8 feet tall in height. These are about 4.5 feet, and they kind of stopped. Maybe there'll be another growth spurt. Maybe it's the result of the seeds being 5 years old. I don't know. But I got my first tomato. It was showing a little bit of blush. I took it off because when I squeezed it, it had a little bit of give. I'm like, okay, I'll let it ripen on the counter. And I've got at least another 6 more that'll be ready within the next week. And then there's a bunch of other ones that are in smaller stages, a little bigger than a golf ball, some that are a little bigger than a marble. So I'm expecting that I'm going to have a lot of tomatoes, and I'm very happy about it. I've only had to throw away 2 at a very young age because something bore into them and you could see the hole. Otherwise, the pests haven't been too bad. White flies are a huge thing here. And I've been treating them with neem oil. I've been using potassium soap, and I've been using diatomaceous earth. That has worked. I'm very happy with it. So our first tomato's coming.
And the mota has just blown past.
Okay, I wasn't really going to talk about that, but okay. I legally purchased
for research purposes only.
For research purposes only, I legally purchased cannabis seeds from a company in Guadalajara that has imported them from Positronics in Spain, I think it is. And Positronics makes their own hybrids. And there's a long story that goes with this, but the short of it is I have got 1 sativa dominant hybrid and 1 indica dominant hybrid out there growing, and they're about to produce flower right now. They're starting to get the hairs.
They're taller than me. One of them is.
The sativa is over 6 feet tall. That one is called Chispa. The indica one is about 5 feet tall, and it's called Rainbow Flakes. And I've never grown it before. These are feminized, so that means I don't have to worry about males growing and having to get rid of the males. These are automatically going to flower when the nighttime, the length of the night is the right length of night. It's what triggers the flowering. Okay, we need to like stop that.
He's saying hello to Annie and
I
Arlene.
know he's saying hello. Why don't you talk for a little bit and I'll go get my tomatoes.
Since
my tomatoes.
they are the ones that gave him the toy, he is just like, hey, I like my toy. So be careful of the maze of cables back there. Yeah, it's, you know, I saw I saw a question up here. Shed. Now it moves up and down. I'm saying, that somebody was asking about what the name of the tomato was. It's Cherokee purple, and it's a Cherokee purple heirloom. They are god awful ugly. I mean, it's just they're not a good looking tomato, but they are on a BLT. That's the bomb.
They're the best ever.
I mean, it's just like,
Hell.
I don't know, Sid.
I'm worried about how that happened. So here's the first one, and it's not done coloring yet. It's going to get a really deep, reddish, purplish color, and the top up here will stay kind of green. It's got splits, but only the first few actually has these splits, and these are all dried over, so they don't have any, they don't have any bugs or stuff in them, which is great. The best part of this is how I grew this. It's organic. It's tasty. I don't even have to wash it, and we can slice this puppy and eat it. Mm-hmm. I did wash it already.
I know.
Just to be safe. But I'm excited. My first tomato. And I remember not long ago, we were in La Comer, and another foreigner couple came up to us. And I had mentioned, for some reason in the conversation, that I was growing these tomatoes. And he's like, oh, good luck with that. I can't get anything to grow here. Well, these grew fine. And they grew from 5-year-old seeds.
Well, now, one of the things is that this tomato actually thrives in Italy. And what else?
This temperature.
Right. And what else thrives here in Querétaro that thrives in Italy?
Lavender and cypress trees.
And grapes.
And grapes.
And olives. I mean, it's one of those where you're going, it's when you look at where it is on the map, you're going, oh, okay. And we're at enough of an elevation that we're like, okay, we can get away with that.
Yep. So I'm expecting that sometime down the road here, I will be harvesting flour and drying it out and doing however you do that. And I'm going to take all the leaves and I'm going to make can of butter. And then we're going to have Rice Krispie treats and brownie bites and cookies.
And beer.
And beer. Hey, push button starts. Never know if the car is running or not. That's right.
I know.
And it can be very, very quiet. They just, even when you come to a stoplight, they get to the point where you think they shut off, but they haven't.
Well, they have, but
the hybrid, yeah. But
I mean, because my mom's, Civic or not Civic. Oh God, she'd shoot me. Camry, is that way, and we I'd not driven her Camry yet, and so it's one of those where, keys in my pocket, we're good to go.
Yes.
Okay.
Kavak is like the Mexican version of CarMax. Love it or hate it, but since it is a national classic, Moanu.
I don't know.
I don't know what that is, but okay. Hey, thanks for joining us tonight. So, The energetic bark in the background. Yeah, he's a good boy. He is. He's just a puppy and he gets really wound up. And when he's in that overreactive.
When he hits zoomy mode, as we call it,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm 65 years old. I used to be able to halfway keep up with him. No, he looks at me and laughs, goes, "Oh man, you ain't got a prayer," and just shoots off and off he goes. And all I'm trying to do is make sure he doesn't get out one of the open gates. If he stays in the backyard,
Look. Let's see if we can put on the Max show here.
Oh,
come on. There we go.
Oh,
here we go. Come on.
Treats.
Come on.
He's like, I'm staying on the floor because that's normally where this occurs.
Nope. We're coming up here.
Come on,
anyway,
bud.
I've been training him, and he's learning, but he's not. I mean, he's a puppy, and it's going to take some time.
He has the attention span of a gnat right now.
Here we go. So here comes. Let's take this off here so you can see it for a minute, because I've been working with him, so I'm pretty proud of his progress. I tried to teach him to bark or speak today. That didn't work so well, but we've got a sit.
Oh, we know how to speak.
We have sit, and we have shake hands. Yes. And then we have down. Down. There you go. Yes. Good boy. So he's learning. And right now he's just going to get a handful of treats because he's a good boy. But when I take him for walks, he's also been doing that checking in with me. So I started saying, look at me, watch me. And then so now when we do our walks, he occasionally looks up at me and I say, yes, and I give him a treat. And that's a really great thing. But if he gets distracted by anything that puts him into hyper mode, it's over.
Puppy brain blown.
His brain falls out on the sidewalk and he is pure energy from that point on. So if it's another dog, if it's a bunch of birds, if it's people, he is like, it's no longer, we're not doing a nice sniff and learn walk type thing anymore. He's full on, my brain fell out and now I'm going to catch that thing over there. Yeah. And he pulls.
That's him.
And he pulls. He will pull. He's got a harness. It's not even on his neck. It's on his chest. And he will pull so hard that he will make himself choke.
Well, he's smart enough to go, maybe I really don't want to do that.
And he'll lunge where the only thing on the ground is just his hind legs. That's it. And he's pulling and pulling. And when that happens, walk's done. I've gotten to the point now I'm starting
for the barn.
I'm starting to do this where I don't move. If I've got a place to sit like a wall, I sit or I just stand. And until he gets through this hyperactive moment, we don't go anywhere at all. And it's working, I think. If I say that until the next time it happens, and then I'm not so sure anymore. But we're getting there. We're getting there.
I mean, we have the housekeeper comes once a week, and used to be that was like, lock him in a room because it was nonstop.
Oh yeah.
And now, she's here. Here, let me let you know she's here. And then, she walked back in the room. Woof, woof, woof. And they run over to her and she'll pet him. And so, his recognition is getting better and better.
It is.
He's getting calmer.
Yep. Okay. So, and Kavak is like CarMax in Mexico. It is a national company that specializes in newer used cars. So it sounds to me like they have a reputation to keep, and they may be worth looking into. So that's something to keep in our back pocket, just in case.
Yeah.
Because we don't know yet how things are going to go with our car.
I don't think we're going to beat the price we're going to have to buy our car again.
No, I know, but we don't know yet how that process is going to be. and if we'll run into any issues.
Well, true.
Nova. The Chevy Nova. Nova means doesn't go. Oh, come on now. I remember the Chevy Nova. We had a red one when I was a kid. The bad thing about the year that red one came out, the red paint would oxidize. So it always looked like it had powder or something on it.
Jerry Katz had in high school, had a 71 green with the white stripes going down. And it was like, that thing would run almost as good as my 69 Cougar. That's all right.
Congrats on the tomatoes and life in Mexico. Thank you. And the tomato, yes, I heard Mark say it's a Cherokee purple. The funny thing is when these grow, I think I'm going to name them patio purples because I grew them in Mexico. I don't know. It's my Cherokee purple. The one I imported.
It's still a Cherokee purple.
It is a Cherokee purple.
Yeah.
Well, I'll probably call it the patio purple.
And the thing, since it's an heirloom, means it has never been crossbred with anything else. That's a pure.
In theory.
The
truth is if you have tomato plants, heirloom or not, they are growing near other tomato plants, your neighbor's yard or whatever, if the pollen happens.
If the bees take it,
it could happen. But usually it's really easy to self-pollinate your own plants. You just go out and just shake the bush a little and it self-pollinates. And it helps.
Unless you're growing vanilla. Vanilla.
Oh, yeah. Push button start. We heard through the grapevine that thieves here in SLP and other areas now have some kind of reading that can scan your key fob inside your house. How the hell do they do that?
Same way they're able to get your credit card while it's in your wallet.
Oh my God.
It's the same game that
I'm sorry.
IP and the VPNs do, and trying to keep ahead of the people who are trying to keep people from using VPNs. It's a game that just is always evolving. And bye, bud. That's just it. And the only people making money off of this are lawyers and technology people. So
this is why I was laughing. Mota chispa. Congrats again. Mark is the only one here who doesn't partake. I swear. When our friends and everybody are over, you're like the only one. He gets contact. He's in the room.
Listen, biggest contact I ever had was at the Parliament Funkadelic concert.
I believe
1978, and there wasn't a person in the Charlotte Coliseum who didn't walk out of there with a buzz, because that was just like,
they turned on the lights and you couldn't see the.
No, that was the Doobie Brothers and REO Speedwagon. No, you could just smell. It was just like,
oh, we want the funk.
It was like, holy crap, and it wasn't like the fans were the only people who were partaking. So
oh, well, you know that. Mark, does that mean I can use yours and Paulette's car in SLP without you two knowing it? Ooh, shh, don't say anything, Tommy. You're ruining it. Holy crap, be glad you aren't in North Carolina right now. I just walked the dog and need another shower. Oh my God.
Yeah, because we got two daughters who are not far away from you, one on each side. We got one in Raleigh and we got one in Alamance County. And they're just like, oh my God.
It's pretty bad.
It's got to be brutal where you're at. You guys are so far south of us. And we're like, nope.
We're elevated. Did I elevate you? My dog is looking for the squeaky toy. I believe it. You hear it. It's like, what? Where? So we ordered an RFID box to keep ours in, though ours is behind a gate. It could happen when we're parked on a street.
I
Crazy
know.
ass thieves. People will always find a way to steal.
Well, it's the age old, like we were talking about earlier. A lock is only there to keep an honest man honest.
Yep.
If your intent is to do bad deeds, you're going to find a way to do bad deeds.
Squeaky toy just woke Journey up. Oh, that's too funny.
That's Annie and Arlene.
Yeah.
They sent him home with that, and because they're like, ours don't like these at all, and he
loves them. He loves them.
His three favorite toys. Well, his four, counting his pajamas, which when they're not on him are his toy. Are those two squeakies that Annie and Arlene gave him, and the pig that Mark and Vicky brought over on Saturday, and he's already torn the squeaker out of that one. So, he's nonstop.
He's going to get big. Jersey tomatoes should be out soon, and New Jersey has the best tomatoes in the world, probably due to the sandy soil. Can't wait. I challenge you to taste a Cherokee purple tomato, Tom. You may change your mind.
Well, when it comes in November, because of our moderate climate, they may still be.
Yes, we may still be producing them. You never know. They really are. They're sweeter than the regular tomato. Just something so good about them. Tomato looking beautiful, definitely exciting. Yeah, I am excited. And I'm so happy that they're growing because I didn't think those seeds would last that long. So I'm very happy with that. And the nice thing is I'll be able to, toward the end of the season, I'll be able to take one of the last tomatoes and harvest seeds again and have a fresh batch of seeds. The thing is when you do that, when you harvest seeds, you want to pick one of your best tomatoes. They have the strongest genetics, and those are the ones that are going to produce the best seeds.
I don't think we're going to have a shortage. So, I think we can.
I just want a really nice tomato with good seeds.
I think we can probably, give up one, and you'll be fine.
Cookies for the party? Well, we didn't really have cookies, but we had that dessert that Vicky makes that we call crack.
Yeah, no, it hasn't matured to the point where those type of cookies were available.
Oh, those type of cookies? Not those types.
See, when you don't partake, you're able to have that clear brain and you can see right through these.
I haven't harvested anything yet or made any butter, so how could I make cookies?
But I saw through it real quick.
But when I have my Canna butter, I will be making those kinds of cookies. Oh, yes. There will be chocolate chip. There will be peanut butter. We're going to make Rice Krispie treats, and we're going to make brownie bites.
As long as you differentiate, so I know which ones are mine.
They'll be tiny.
Oh, well then, okay.
They'll be little.
Okay.
Because they'll be dosed.
Oh, they'll be edibles.
Yes.
Okay. So the regular size cookies will be mine.
They will be normal.
And the regular size brownies.
Do you guys watch Days of Our Lives? Because this reminds me of the time that Alice Horton made her donuts. And somebody had done something with her donuts and it had weed. She had weed donuts and everybody at her little tea party was stoned. I remember this.
Alice Horton.
She didn't do it intentionally. Somebody switched something on her and she made these donuts and everybody was stoned.
I think they did that in the 70s show too, and they did it intentionally to
Red
and Kitty.
I want to say this was in the 90s.
Yeah.
I want to say it was the 90s. It might have been early 2000s. Gina, that's your first cosecha harvest here in Mexico. Awesome. Oh, cosecha. Yeah, and I gave a plant to our housekeeper. I gave a plant to our gardener. I wonder how Francisco's is coming.
I don't think that Francisco is really worried about it because he saw you had two of them. And I told him that, there's going to be plenty of tomatoes.
So he saw them. He saw the tomatoes.
He's seen the tomatoes. He's seen the mota. He's seen it. I mean, because he comes in.
He
blows out our terraza out here and everything else. So
he laughed when I told him I had mota before it got big. And I went, you know, and he goes, está bien. He cracks me up. I like him a lot. Saludos from Fort Worth, Texas. All right. Apparently, Willie Nelson likes mota too. Apparently. Not Willie Nelson. No.
Say it ain't so.
Oh, man. The interesting thing is
on the White House roof.
I was able to order a lot of different types of these seeds, and it was totally legal. Because they're sold for research purposes. And
clearly stated numerous times.
Yes.
And then they jacked the order up.
Yeah, they jacked the order up, and I didn't get the ones I actually wanted. I ordered 5. He threw in an extra pack, which I knew he was doing, and I didn't need it, but that was fine. I was thankful. But the only one I got that I actually wanted was Rainbow Flakes. I got all these other ones that I didn't want, and it was mostly because the package got lost, and he had to resend what he had. So I took what he sent. I wasn't happy about the variety that was sent to me because I was really strongly trying to avoid heavy indica dominant strains because I don't want couch lock. I like a little headiness. I don't like I'm so relaxed, man. I know I'm not into that. But it has its good purposes. And we have friends who like to have it to help them go to sleep. And he sent me these 2 packs that were super heavy indica dominant. When I looked up the characteristics of this hybrid, it was like,
nope.
No, this is not for me. And somebody got him as a birthday gift. And they know who they are.
Wasn't me.
And it was like there was 4 seeds per pack. My goodness. I planted 2 seeds. Of those 2 varieties, I had 8 seeds. So I'm good for a while. If this turns out really good, maybe I'll try the other one. I got one called Super Cheese. And I got one that's like cherry haze. It's like purple haze and super cherry or something mixed together. I don't know what. But anyway, we're going to see how this goes. We'll see. Max is wonderful and cute. Oh, we miss our Max. It's great to see puppy love. We do love him. He is a good boy. He's a very good boy. Yes.
He is a pillow hog.
And he's just passed out now. His energy has been zapped.
He has 2 levels, off and on.
Yes.
Yes. You know, he's either on at 100%, and when that runs out, then it goes directly to off, and it's like, okay, I'm done. You know.
Yep. So you have a wannabe sled dog Malamute. He thinks he is. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I'm really hoping I can get some of that reactivity knocked out of him. I've been trying really hard to work with him. Hence, it's one of the reasons we haven't put out a video now since before we got him. Once we got him, he's been a handful. And there's only so many hours in a day. So, and I've got so much video content that I could put out there. I could put out the 2 trips we made to Mexico City to see concerts and how they actually were very different from each other in both the music and what we did, the neighborhoods we stayed in. So
they ended the same for some of us.
Yeah. And yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
We got the video of going to get him, to pick him up, and in the getting pulled over and paying for the speeding ticket.
And then by the time we got that off of the dash cam, don't you know, it had erased the day we paid that. It got the day that we got pulled over 3 times. but it did not get. It
didn't
already
get, the day before
erased.
was already gone. Because it goes along and along, and then it comes back and it records over top of old stuff. And I waited too long, and so the day we paid that ticket was gone. Which, oh well. And then of course we've got. I actually have been documenting from beginning to harvest of the tomatoes. So I have the seeds. I have me sprouting them, planting them, transferring them to a bigger pot, transferring them to a grow bag. I have all of that.
We have the credit card one we want to discuss.
We have the credit card one, which I think the credit card one should come out soon because this is very timely. It's coming up more and more frequently on Facebook because it is starting to affect more and more people.
And there's also a lot of misinformation because, that's right. It is Facebook. I mean,
well, it's Facebook and it hasn't happened to everyone yet. And people are saying, well, just give them your RFC, give them your curb. Go to the aduana and take your ID with you and explain that. No, that doesn't work right now.
Yeah,
I mean, it depends on
three strikes,
where you are and who you're dealing with. Someone said, well, DHL's cracking down hard on that. I would send it back and have it delivered by FedEx. How do you know FedEx isn't starting to crack down on it too?
If they're being told by aduana, end of story. I mean.
Mm-hmm. So there's that video. Oh gosh, I don't know. There's a bunch. I just haven't had the time to do anything about it because, well, I'm taking care of a little boy, and he's a handful at times.
Oh, we have to pass him off frequently between the two of us. It's like, okay,
yeah, because he sits up there when I'm working, and I'm trying to work, and he's good for a while until he's bored, and then he wants to chew on mommy's arm. Or he wants to stand on the stairs and bark at the guys working across the street.
Oh,
because we have an OXO being installed across the street.
Right behind us. I mean, like literally, they have run the power poles now. It's like there's some good to that.
I'm a little worried about increased noise and traffic potentially, but
I don't think it's going to be a 20.
Entrance is going to be on the other side of the OXO.
And I don't think it's going to be a 24/7 because I can't see that they're going to get.
But the nice thing about it is let's say you're in here and you want to go pay a bill. I think most of the people here though probably just pay it online.
Well, but
or go buy some eggs.
There are a lot of people who work inside these walls of this
the property.
This property. I mean, a lot. I mean, the polo club, the golf club, we have a sports complex over here, which is for soccer and things like that. That's right down the road as well. And then you have all the gardeners, the people who clean, the people who come in, and there are people who do nothing but every day wash cars. People pay them to come in, wash their car and everything else.
That.
Yeah, I got to stop one of them. And so
you had to stop one?
I said, I want to stop. I have to stop one of them. And see what the Quanta Cuesta. But so there's a lot of people, not to mention the construction people, because there are houses that are being built left and right. We got one here in the complex that is being renovated. So they're going to do very well because the only place in here currently is the Balvanera shop.
The pro shop.
No, it's a little tienda that sells Coke and beer. And I mean, I can go down and down by Anivet in Orleans and I can get a 12-pack of Corona for 244 pesos. They want 80 pesos for a beer at this place. So, it's.
Oh, it is what it is.
Yeah, no, it's
and there's going to be other shops too, but we don't know what yet. The main thing is the OXO. And I think Francisco was actually kind of excited about it.
Yeah, no, I think the other thing that would be very nice to have is if somebody puts in some type of, even if it's just
A barber shop, beauty salon.
well, that would help you. I got my barber shop. I mean, I'm covered now, you know. But if there's one of the banks puts in, even if it's nothing more than a couple of ATMs, that would be very convenient.
That's true. There might be an ATM inside the OXXO. Potentially.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's across the street.
And that gets him going.
It does get him going because he sees the equipment, he sees the people.
Her office is upstairs. He can sit there, look over the stairs, and go, "Oh, there's people in my world, and it's his world. It's his world.
Maxwell's world. These other people, these dogs, these birds, they are intruding on his world."
Yep. And he wants to let them know.
Oh, he's so spoiled. Kill switches. Oh, we got a kill switch on our car. We had it installed before we came to Mexico.
Then we forgot how to use it.
Because we never have to.
I mean.
And so if somebody bumps it accidentally, and we're like, shit.
It's not fun.
Wish me luck. Got an interview tomorrow with UNC Athletics. Ooh. Going to see if I can get them to give me tickets as a signing bonus. Ooh.
Tickets to what, though? I mean, that's the whole thing with them is something, you know, tickets to go see Belichick's team play. Those might not be too difficult. Tickets to go see the men's basketball. Those are always hard. But, you know, women's field hockey, the baseball. I mean, you know, UNC Athletics, they do have it going on.
My dog loves to murder stuffed dog toys. The Kong toys are so far the only ones that last longer than a week. He's got one Kong, and we stick peanut butter inside it. And you would think it would last longer than it does, but he gets all that peanut butter out pretty quickly.
In about 20 minutes.
Yeah. I thought it would take him longer. Nope.
I mean, we got size appropriate because he's not a big boy. So, I mean, it's not like it's a.
Yeah, but he really gets it. He gets it fast. Hey, Besses. Speaking of weather, it's 90 plus with humidity and about 85%. Oh, that's too much.
It's about 70, maybe below 70 right now. And it's maybe 45, 50% humidity.
You know, if it rains, it depends. Yeah. Dew point and stuff. Rice Krispie treats, girl, you know it. Rice Krispie treats are like brutally yummy. So I guess if you got munchies, you could have both.
Oh.
But with our doors open, we get a wonderful cross breeze from the ocean. Okay.
Yeah, we shut everything down and turn the air on, and the nice part is because we're feeding so much solar power into it, we run the air all night and we still get a 69 peso bill for 2 months.
Yeah, I know. I remember when we first moved in here, our first 2 CFE bills
were higher. I don't know what
were 2,000 or less. We don't know why. We did move in around rainy season. Maybe there was just a lot of cloud cover.
I don't know.
But maybe after this rainy season's over, we'll see an uptick in the bill. But only 2 bills out of 5. Actually 6 now.
6 now, yeah.
6 or 7. All the rest of the bills have been less than 80 pesos, which is just wild. A new OXXO, that is great. Beer across the street, coffee in the morning. Well, we don't know if it's going to be that kind of OXXO. Some of the OXXOs don't sell beer.
It's, you know, they refer to them here as OXXO, and then there's the black OXXO, because if it has a silver and black sign, no alcohol.
They're not supposed to anyway.
Oh, they don't have a license. I mean,
But we've been in some that did have it.
well, we went into one, but they also had the signs that were posting up, and they were just starting to do it. And I think the first thing they went was, we're selling beer, before we worry about getting the sign up, because it's like, no, we need the sales. And, but over by Annie and Arlene, I think there's like.
Me too, Tom. I think they have good coffee.
Three of the black Oxos that you just can't get any alcohol in. And it's like, really?
Oh, and something else. I got the timeline today for the new Costco that's going to be near us. It is supposed to be opening in November this year. Supposedly it will have 700 parking spaces, a gas station, and it's supposed to be the largest Costco in all of Mexico.
700 ain't enough.
He's like, 700 spaces aren't enough.
I mean, we remember the one in Merida, and the one in Merida sat next to a mall.
Yeah.
And it was a good size. I mean, it was a pretty good size also compared to some of the others we've been into. And people were having to park at the mall and walk over to the Costco. And please, I hope somebody has done a study to make sure that the traffic that backs up for the gas station does not impede the people trying to get in or out of the Oxo, as it does in Villahermosa. That was the biggest cluster that we have encountered, because they only had maybe 200 feet from the gas station to the exit, and the cars are backed up, and people are in line waiting to get their gas. And it's like, really? Nobody thought about, this is going to take, we need X amount of lead-in space for the cars that want to get gas. It's so hopefully they've learned their lessons. We'll see.
I'm going to up our membership in November. I've already decided, because if we have one close to us like that, we will be using it enough to pay for our membership.
Well, I mean, where it's at is actually closer than where we currently go to do our grocery shopping.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So I'm looking forward to it.
Good thing there's 2 fridges. There's one in Tommy's bedroom.
Also, muy bueno.
Oh, sí, that's
verdad. Verdad.
Yeah, none of this. Oh crap! I don't have enough beer to get to Alive tonight. They walk over there.
Only if they sell it.
Uh-huh.
Do y'all know when you're going to be at Topsail? With my health delay, Corgi Beach Day is going to be the first weekend of October, so I'll be there. Second or third weekend?
We are there October 10th.
So second weekend.
Yeah, we arrive October the 10th. And then we're there through, I think we haven't booked our flights yet, but I think it's going to be probably the 18th, depending upon how the flights go, because.
Why did we pick those dates? Is that when your mom gets the house? She's there for the whole month, right?
Yeah, but she also has other people who are coming to visit and everything else. And
that's why we're picking those dates.
And so it was like, boom, we're taking these dates. And so, because, she has her friends that come at the first week and So we took the second weekend to the third weekend, and we're going from there. So, New York Deli, Corner Deli, here we come.
My wife is ready to move since Super Costco is coming up, but it sounds great that there is a large development happening.
Well, and the rumor also is that there's going to be an H-E-B down here.
Yes.
On this end of town. They've been slowly working their way south, from Urquía and El Refugio, and then, so on. Now, the last one was in Mirador. So next one's supposed to be here in Corregidora. So,
and see, that's important for me because they are the only store in the area that I have found that regularly carries bread flour. Well, not always bread flour, but cake flour, all-purpose flour, and whole wheat flour. So I'm excited about that.
Well,
but Costco typically has big bags of bread flour, although the one up here hasn't had it for a while.
No, but good God, you bought what, 50 kilos or 25 kilos of bread flour?
No, I know, but that's what I'm saying. They were the only ones that carried it, and Vicky and Mark haven't been able to find it. They didn't have it last time we were there either.
And then Flour Boy over here.
Oh God. So, life with a teenage dog. See, his age at 5 months is like the equivalent of raging hormones in a teenager. I totally can.
1 year or 7. So he's about like a 5-year-old, 4-year-old.
They've readjusted that.
Oh,
they've reevaluated that. He's kind of like, he's going to be
10, 12.
He's entering that prepubescent stage. Okay, and where the brain falls out and he's all wired, kind of thing. Well, he discovered my giant sack of bread flour. He gets into it. I don't know that he's into it. He comes out and he's got what looks like white foam hanging off his face, like Santa's beard. And I'm like, what the heck have you been into? I thought it was bubbles, foam, something. And then I got up close and I'm like, oh my God. Now, if you've ever made paper mache, I don't even know what, this stuff gets like glue when it dries.
Decollage or what?
Decoupage.
Decoupage.
I mean, this stuff gets like glue. So, he's fighting me and I'm wiping off I got baby butt wipes. I'm wiping his face. I'm trying to pull the excess dough off. I've got a slicker brush. I'm brushing his beard. Got him cleaned up. I go back into the kitchen and I'm doing my thing. He does it again. Not as bad this time, but I got to clean him up again. Beard in his hairs, wiping with the butt wipes, cleaning everything out with the slicker brush. So now we have to make sure that the pantry door is always closed so he can't get in there.
And to top it off.
And then he did it again.
I was in the pantry and he just scooted right by me and I looked down and his face is dead down in the flour. And it's like, dude, get out of there. And he knew he was in trouble, but he left. But yeah, he had it. So now there is a garrafon on top of the bag.
Oh my God, what a mess. I can't even tell you. Like, he looked at me the first time. He looked like he had Santa Claus's beard. It was just hanging off of him, clumped, because he had gone to his water dish to get water to drink, and he got all that flour wet, and then he was back in the flour, and it was just a hot mess. Oh my goodness. Puppy. Okay, Costco is excellent. I am so excited about Costco. I'm excited about Costco for 3 main things. Main thing number 1, slices of Norwegian salmon, cold smoked, with the dill and the pepper and the plain, with the little lemon dill sauce packet that comes inside. Only available at Costco. And I love it so much. Number 2, corned beef.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and
now that she's figured out how to make rye, we make our own Reubens. And it's like, okay.
So good. Number 3, Kirkland coffee beans. Kirkland coffee beans are basically Starbucks. They're Starbucks coffee beans. It's the same roasters and company making them. So Yes.
Number 4
What?
is occasionally they actually get spiral cut hams.
Yes, they do. Now,
They're not cheap. I mean, and they're not cheap in the U.S. either. So, don't get me wrong. I mean, those things are expensive, but oh man.
Number 5, 2-year-old aged Parmigiano Reggiano. The good stuff.
Yeah.
What?
Nothing.
But anyway, those are like the big things that I regularly love to get at Costco. And then, of course, they have the professional kitchen stuff. So if you want to go in there and you want to get ramekins, if you want to get the big foil pans and the little heating Bunsen burner things, what do they call those?
Sterno.
Yeah, things like that. All that stuff is like right there. Knives and little serving and storage containers and stuff. That's great for that. And then of course their pharmacy. I've never actually bought anything at the pharmacy here because really it's too far out of the way and it's a pain in the butt location and stuff. But when it's down here, well, I'll probably be switching most of our meds from Farmacia Guadalajara over to Costco.
Well, there's no switching. It's just you just go.
Well, I'm just saying where we regularly go. So yes, Costco. Supposedly opening in November. And right in our backyard, right?
I mean, the good thing is it's nothing really more than a shell building with a few offices at the front and a few, couple of freezers in the back and, restrooms and boom, open the doors. Let's go.
Yep. I've always liked Costco better than Sam's Club anyway. How about 7-Eleven Mexico? Oh, we like 7-Eleven. There's just not that many around us usually. Not always. We've been places where we have seen 7-Elevens and Circle K's. And then when we were West Coast over near, what was that one called?
Shit, I knew you were coming to me for that.
Kiosco? There was those.
It is on the West Coast, and then the Super Q, and because our favorite one to stop at because just convenience on the way to go to the girls is Oxo gas in a Super Q store.
It's kind of weird, right?
It's like, why is this not an Oxo? Whatever reason, it's Oxo gas in Super Q tienda. Okay.
Yeah, but 7-Elevens are fine too. We just haven't had that many around us in places where we've been. I remember we had them in the Yucatan. There was plenty of 7-Elevens.
And is it Grab and Go? I think was also in.
I don't remember.
In the Yucatan, in Quintana Roo. I think that was the name of it. It's been. When you've driven as many miles in Mexico as we have seen, the only thing we know, there are two things that we always look for when we're traveling, Pemex and Subway. That's, when we're driving, we're
always looking for the Subways. Hi, Fred. Thanks for joining us tonight. Is there much difference that you see in the price of used cars and car insurance in Mexico versus the U.S.?
We can answer one, have no clue on the other.
We haven't tried to shop for a used car. We have friends who have, and they seem to get through the process okay, but I can't really compare the prices because we haven't done it ourselves. But insurance is easy. We have the highest paying coverage that I could get through CHUB, CHUB or CHUBB. Anyway, we went through MexPro, MEXPRO. MexPro had 3 companies. One of them was GNP, one of them was CHUB, and one of them was another. And I got, for the money, the highest payout, highest level of coverage, full coverage for the car, It's about $400 a year. And I just pay it upfront 1 year and we're done with it. If that was the US, our car, if I remember correctly, I think we were spending $180 or $200 each payment. And I want to say we were paying every 2 months. So let's say it was.
I couldn't
That's
attest
about
that. That's
about $1,200 a year. That sounds about right.
so it's roughly a third.
And of course, you know that totally depends on your driving record, your credit score, and everything else, and
Your vehicle.
and the vehicle you have, how many miles you're driving. I just go to MexPro and I buy a 1 year policy for Chubb. Done. $400 a year.
Pay it, done.
Yep. So we have it. And we have instructions on what to do, how to use it, and we just keep it in
And
the
we
car.
still have insurance in the US because we have the US plated vehicle. Fortunately, in South Dakota, we were able to shop and get State Farm up there that allows for us to suspend as long as the car is out of the country. So we're not having to pay that, on a monthly basis.
Yeah. Yeah, we basically have the car in storage as far as they're concerned, and we don't have to pay the premium while it's in storage. So that's worked out really well. I use Sam's Club and have a Plus membership. They actually, the Farmacia, I cannot speak right now. The Farmacia give 30 generic medicines for free. Yeah. 2 of which I take, and they are so much more expedient than CVS.
I mean, that was the same case when we were in the States. I used to get my
Walmart would do that too.
And so with the mail order pharmacy for asshole healthcare, ACH. Anyway, I never paid for methotrexate. They always sent that for free.
That's an expensive one, isn't it?
No.
Oh, I thought it was.
No, because I mean, I was only getting 28 pills a month, and here I spend $50, give or take, depending upon what the exchange rate is, for 100, and that gets me over 3 months. So, it's still, $15, $18 a month. Okay.
Yep. I just called my daughter and told her we have to explore the new Costco while we're there on vacation. She was not thrilled.
Yeah,
it's supposed to be the biggest one in Mexico.
See, you can tell you're going to see the biggest Costco in all of Mexico, Sheila. And while you're on that side of town, you can come see us. So,
Seriously. Oh, so will the new Costco be closer to SMA for me? No, further.
Further away. It's on the south side of town.
Yeah. Yep. That is the definition of paste.
Yes. On his beard.
Yes. Little Santa Maxwell. Dogs. If they weren't so cute, you would kill them. Yeah. And he just looked at me with his little Santa beard.
Like what?
What? Until I had to clean him, and he didn't like that so much. Right? Faux pastrami. Threw some seasoning on corned beef and cooked it on the smoker. Okay. Yeah, you could do that. We actually bought all the seasonings that we need to basically brine our own brisket if we wanted to make it.
Yeah, and but if we can buy it pre-done. And I mean, the last time we went to Costco, they sell it in packs of 2. We bought 2 packs of 2. We still got 2 sitting in the freezer in there. So we're like, yeah, we're good. I mean, because put it nice. I mean, it's not Topsail Island's New York corner deli, Reuben's.
No,
You know,
it works.
It works, but
we could try making our own though. Eventually, here we got everything we need now.
I know, but
and guys, all products that aren't made in Mexico are very expensive in any store or supermarket because of custom taxes. Yes and no. Let me explain. Yes, it's expensive, but if you can't get it anywhere else, you have to evaluate whether you're willing to pay that. So that Nordic salmon with the lemon dill sauce that I love so much, only sold at Costco's in the US and Mexico, I'm willing. That corned beef, we can't seem to find it in any other grocery store, anywhere we've been in Mexico, any place, anytime. I'm willing.
Miracle Whip.
Miracle Whip, we're willing. Now,
Zatarain's, we're willing.
It depends. Because we can always mule.
Well, no. I mean,
we can mule Zatarain's.
Yeah, well, I mean, we mule Miracle Whip as well. But I mean, what I'm saying is, those are things we will get, and if we have to pay, we will. But
here is where it's not that expensive. A 5-pound bag of all-purpose flour at HEB is 200 pesos.
$10.
You could go and buy a bag of King Arthur flour in the US and it'll cost you that much.
Or gold medal
it'll cost you that much. So if you can't buy all-purpose flour anywhere else, that is a reasonable price. $5. And
if you want cookies,
you can't bake with Mexican flour. You cannot bake cookies with the Mexican flour off the shelf.
You can't bake U.S. recipe cookies because I'm when Gina's making molasses cookies, well, she's using my great grandma's recipe.
Right.
And the first time we tried them down here, we got manhole covers because they
spread out and they're greasy and gross.
And I mean, they were this,
And when I made kolaches, and they're supposed to be a nice flaky cookie. No, they spread out and they fell apart and the filling all came out of them because the flour that's sold on the shelf in Mexico is very low gluten. They don't want high gluten. That flour is intended on making tortillas and things like that. It's not made for anything that has to have structure and has to rise and have
and then you have
volume.
Then you have to deal with the culture down here.
Yeah.
First of all, they make their own tortillas and this and that.
Yeah.
When they want galletas, they go to the panaderia.
Exactly.
And they get their galletas. And
but if you want molasses cookies and you want Polish cookies and you want you're not going to buy those at the panaderia. So
because if I want good chocolate chip cookies, I can go to HEB. They ain't using Mexican flour. They're using all-purpose flour, and they make a damn good chocolate chip cookie.
Yes, they do. And we've discovered they're cheaper than La Comer.
And they're double chocolate chip. Oh,
pretty good.
And I'm not a chocolate fan, but oh man, that's.
So for somebody like me who likes to bake, who makes English muffins from scratch, who wants to make loaves of bread, who likes to bake these European cookies and recipes handed down by our ancestors, you need to have, at minimum, all-purpose flour. At minimum. You can bake the sourdough, you can bake the English muffins with all-purpose if you can't find bread flour. But you need that gluten, you need high gluten content, high protein content to form the gluten. And you can't do it with the Mexican flour that's sold on the shelf. It's just not going to work.
No, we tried.
And I don't think that, a 5-pound bag of all-purpose flour at HEB for 200 pesos is unrealistic. I mean, if I want to make gravies and sauces, I can use the flour off the shelf. That works fine because I just need a thickener. But if I want something to rise, I need something with protein and gluten. He's behind us.
Okay.
He was.
I just get nervous when I don't.
You got doors open anywhere?
I think
you better go close some doors.
Well, he might be on the bed.
Maybe.
No, in here.
I saw 7-Elevens in Guadalajara. Okay, yeah, I'm sure. We've seen them. We definitely have seen them. I remember seeing a lot of 7-Elevens in Quintana Roo and the Yucatan for sure. But I had never seen a kiosco until we had gone to Manzanillo. And apparently they're real popular in Puerto Vallarta as well. But we had never seen them before, so that was a new one. Yeah, exactly. Maya, okay, so Maya Riviera, or is it Riviera Maya? Yeah, they're very popular there. In fact, I think that's where I had my very first apple-flavored soda pop. I was thinking of buying some sneakers at Stadium Goods, but I have to think twice because I'd pay more than 1,500 pesos in extra taxes. What I do with my sneakers, I buy Asics, which is a Japanese company, I believe, but they're a running shoe, and they're good for pronation and I think it's supination or supination for people whose feet bend outward or bend inward. And I buy the Asics shoes. Now, I'm not going to have them shipped to Mexico, so I will buy a pair or two, send them to his mom's, and then I just bring them in my suitcase whenever we come back.
Well, I mean,
and I do that predominantly because I have really big feet. And if I wanted to buy shoes here, I probably wouldn't be able to, even if I tried. I'd have to buy men's shoes.
I mean, I wear nothing but Hey Dudes. Love them. They don't last too long, but then they don't cost a whole hell of a lot. But so all I do is just buy a couple pair, have them, shipped to either one of our daughters or to my mom's. And when we're there, throw one pair in the trash and then put the others in the suitcase. And
now, the highest amount of taxes that you're going to get hit with is anything on electronics.
Oh.
And I just learned this lesson the hard way. I like to support Kickstarter campaigns. And one of the Kickstarter campaigns that I supported, I got in on the early bird and pretty much got it for almost half of the suggested retail price. And it's literally just a bowl, a couple of bowls. But they each have this little electronic box, no bigger than this. It sits on top of the bowl. And what it does is it helps me know for my sourdough starter and my sourdough, it monitors humidity level inside and outside, temperature inside and outside. But what it helps me with is it lets me know by sending messages to an app in my phone, what percentage has the dough or the starter risen? And it lets me know when it has peaked and has started to fall. That was the hardest thing I had to work with, was knowing the right time to start working with the dough, or the right time to get the starter and start making dough. I needed to know when it had peaked. And that's what this did. And I'm like, okay, this is cool. I like it. So I go in on this campaign. They mail it to me when it's ready. It cost me $65 US in shipping fees through FedEx to get it. It gets to the aduana. And because of these little itty bitty electronic boxes, I got charged the higher tariff and the VAT. based on the manufacturer's suggested retail price, not what I actually paid. So now I'm getting charged the import fee and the VAT, and that came to $130. It was like $133. Add the $65 I paid for shipping, and I now have suddenly paid the full price for this. Basically, I ended up paying the full price. That ended up costing me $200 more than what I thought that I was ever going to get hit with. And the other thing is before I knew this was going to happen, I had also gone in on another Kickstarter campaign for a nitro cold brew machine that actually doesn't use cartridges. It pulls nitrogen naturally out of the air and compresses it. Ooh, this sounds amazing. I won't have to buy cartridges. Well, guess what? That machine, when it's coming to me at retail price, even though I didn't pay that, it's going to cost me probably $150 to $160 when it gets to the aduana.
Yeah, but when it comes to like shoes, if you
it's a lower tier.
I know, but one where I was headed, if you can find something that is comfortable for you here, you're not going to get hammered too hard buying it locally. If it's a comfortable shoe. And we've seen, like when we were in Mexico City, there were zapaterias everywhere in Centro Historico around the hotel. And, Mark and I were talking, we were sitting there going, you think they're really in there selling, Nike, Adidas, Puma, name the brand. They had all the brands at, $35, $40. And I'm like, I don't know. Same thing with my jersey. My jersey had the Adidas tag on it. It's everything's sewn. It's not, embossed.
That made me think it was real because everything was sewn.
I know. On. I mean, so, and that was a very, very affordable price. So is it possible that there are some things that you might be able to get at a discount? Yeah. So, again, as long as they're comfortable. And I look at it this way. If I can get a pair of sneakers and they cost me under $50 and I can wear them for 2-3 years, okay, life is good.
Life is good. Life is good. We lived in San Antonio for 20 years, where HEB is based, and now living in Monterrey, where HEB Mexico is based, and has over 30 locations. The owners, both family, I'm guessing you're saying do so much for, maybe do so the communities. Yeah.
No, I mean, and they have not been overly aggressive in their Mexican expansion. HEB has had a planned expansion plan, a planned growth here in Mexico. And, they got Monterrey and they got it saturated there, got the distribution center. Then they were able to service San Luis Potosí by just going down 57D. And so, then they were able to start servicing the HEBs there in San Luis Potosí. From what we understand, the next plan is there's going to be a distribution center in Querétaro, and which is why they're expanding the number here in Querétaro. Then once they build out Querétaro, have the expansion, the distribution center here, then the next plan is just like the bicycle spoke, they can start going to Mexico City and they can start going to Guadalajara.
Okay.
And they can, and both of those are serviceable in a matter of a few hours, 5 hours maximum by truck to be able to get to either one of those two locations. And, they're not trying to overreach, overextend, do things by boat, which is why there's not any in the Yucatan in Riviera Maya. That's why there's not any in PV, because, well, you know what? Until they build the distribution centers up and slowly grow out, then eventually those areas will get hit and serviced.
Boom. And never had a Subway sandwich in Mexico. Are they similar to the US with all the different meats?
Yep.
Yes and no. The selections are a little bit different.
Well,
I think they're a little more limited.
Yes, they are.
But we almost always get the same thing. And the reason we almost always get the same thing is because they are a little more limited in what they offer. I've had sandwiches in the US at Subway that I've had different ones that were just a lovely variety. And I would get so annoyed because they'd show this ad for this new sandwich. And I'd go in there and I'd say, I would like this new sandwich. What do you want on it? Whatever the hell is on it in the commercial, that's what I want. What do you want on it? Look.
Make it the way that you're advertising.
Yes, make me the sandwich that you're showing me. But
which is why she sits in the car and I go in and I order. And
no, not really. We always get an Italian here. The Italian is very consistent. Every Subway we go to, it is consistent. The meats are known to us. They taste good. The only difference is we have a variation on what we like as the toppings, but
and some places get it. I mean, there's a couple places. First of all, we were limited by the Spanish. I'll be honest, that it was, when we first were driving around Mexico, it was, oh yeah, I know the word for lettuce, lechuga. Oh, tomate.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
How do you say banana peppers?
Aceitunas negros. I mean, I didn't know how to say black olives, and so it's pointing. And now it's I'm able to walk in there and go, es posible que hace no hace mitad y mitad con diferentes ingredientes. See, can you do half and half with different ingredients on the top? And I've had some that have gotten that, and I don't know if it's my Spanish or if it was I mean, because some of them have been, oh sure, no problem. And that's when I screwed up one time and had accidentally got jalapenos on hers instead of the banana peppers.
I don't care. I mean, I like jalapenos.
But so it's getting a little better. And like the last time when we did the trip to Mexico City, there's a Subway that's right there in the bus station.
Yep.
It's going to be a 4-hour ride. We hadn't had breakfast, and so it was like, you can get a full sandwich because I'm getting a full sandwich because I'm eating half of it before my butt even gets on the bus. So,
But we always get an Italian when we're here in Mexico. That's pretty consistent. Tom, I see what you're saying. I don't know what you ate, but we always get an Italian, and it's never been a problem. Where are you currently living? Still slow traveling? Where are these big box stores you're talking about? Okay, well, we have stopped the slow travel
completely.
We leased this house that we're in for a year initially, and spent about half or a little more of half of that first year continuing the travel. We kept our stuff here so we didn't have to take as much stuff with us. It was so much better that way.
And it made a huge difference just in our relationship. I mean, honest to God, because we wouldn't have to, we weren't fighting with each other, because every time we had to pack every belonging we had, the stress level just ratcheted up. And it's like, all right, only one of us gets to pack the car. I mean, that's just because there's a way it goes and everything else, and I'm just trying to help. I know, just put it down.
Leaving all our stuff here make that easier.
Oh my God!
Packing the car would take 30 to 45 minutes tops. Sometimes it was 20 minutes. And then we didn't have to carry a roof bag and everything else. It was just easier to do that slow travel. We pretty much decided by the time we got done with Manzanillo that we knew we still want to see places like Puerto Vallarta and stuff, but we knew by the time we finished with Manzanillo.
No, we knew by the time we got back to Querétaro, we went to Ajijic and SLP,
but I'm
know.
saying we knew in Manzanillo that we weren't going to deal with that temperature. The humidity and the temperature.
No, that's true.
Even in December, we were so miserable. And I'm like, no, it's going to be the same in Puerto Vallarta. You know, we can go there and visit. We can do that. We can go for a week or 2 weeks and visit. But we already know it will not be a place we're going to live. So the slow travel was done. And then we came back here.
When we signed the lease here for a year, that pretty much put the kibosh. I mean, yeah, we got to go see. We played tourist is what we sort of did. We played the tourist in Ajijic, and we played the tourist in Manzanillo. But home was here. I mean,
By that time, we felt that because we had lots of friends here that we now call our tribe. And
well, not our tribe. It is the tribe.
It's the tribe, and they had the strongest influence. Literally, they gave Querétaro the edge. Our second favorite place was San Luis Potosí, and the edge actually came with all the people that we know in Querétaro. We know a lot of people, and we're friends with them all, and it's been great. So yes, we're in Querétaro,
and the tribe keeps growing. It's amazing.
Yes.
It's just
we re-upped our lease for 2 more years. We did that because it's time now to wrap up administrative things. We have to get our permanent residency,
driver's license,
our driver's license, figure out what
we're
doing with the car. Once all of that is out of the way, which pretty much will be out of the way by the new year, then we're just living. We're just going to live. We don't have to worry. We can go take vacations and stuff. That's great. But I think we realize that this will not be a permanent home for us because.
No, but we really sort of went, we don't want to think about it.
Yeah, we just need a break for a little bit.
We have literally, what is this now, July? Yeah. For the last 4 years, well, not quite, give or take, we've been spending more time on Airbnb looking for the next great place that ticks all the boxes. Oh, has this. Okay. Yep. Can you work? Yep. Oh, got place for car. Yep. King bed. Yep. I mean, all these different things. And we kept looking and we kept looking and we kept looking. And then it was, okay, let's book this one. How long are we going to be there? How long are we going to be there? How long are we going to be there? And the constant go, the adrenaline when we started this, oh my God, we were through the roof. We were like, oh God, I can't wait for this to start. I can't wait for this to start. I can't wait for this to start. And then it started to slow down. And then it was like,
we got tired. I
can't wait for this to end. I mean, it was, and what was really funny is this is actually the way it happened. We're over at Annie and Arlene's. Gina's in talking to Annie. I'm outside talking to Arlene, which is sort of the way the accordion, it goes back and forth. And so she's in there having a conversation with Annie, and I'm up there and I'm like, I don't know how much longer I can take this. And Arlene's like, what? I'm like, this traveling. And Arlene's like, oh, God, I'm so glad to hear you say that. I get so nervous. You guys travel from city to city. It stresses me out when you guys are doing it. She's inside having almost the exact same conversation.
Yeah, my conversation was, we need a place to keep our stuff because the packing and unpacking is just wearing us out.
little did she know, I'd already started looking at houses.
I didn't know that.
And so I'm walking through on my way to the head, and I'm coming back, and she goes, we need to find a place just to put our stuff. I'm tired of the constant travel. And I was like, oh, I got some houses to show you. And she went, what? I said, I've been thinking this exact same thing.
So the short version is we were on the same wavelength and we both were tired and it was time to stop. So the slow travel's done. We do have a lease. We are here for another 2 years in this spot. I don't know after that what'll happen. We may move, bring our stuff down, or we may re-up the lease. We don't know. We'll know when the time comes.
Well, you know what happens.
But the nice thing is that we can now go to some of these other cities that we've always wanted to visit and spend a week or two and only take a bag or two. You know, well, now we got him too. So the point is we can visit other places and enjoy those other places without the stress of moving a packed car and a roof bag every single time we do it. So that's the long version. I know I tried to keep it short, but some of us like to talk a lot. And in Orleans, in 2023, we bought a 2018 Kia Forte, paid $14K with 25,000 miles. Very nice. I needed my fix when I went home last month. I stopped at Jersey Mike's, favorite, and Jimmy John's. Then my tuna at Subway. I like Jimmy John's. Jimmy John's has a sandwich called the Vito.
Mm-hmm.
I love the Vito. It's so good.
Oh, it's stupid. There's things. I mean, it's like we go back to the States, and it's like we will be stopping at Taco Bell.
At Taco Bell.
And people go,
why?
You live in Mexico. And it's like,
but it's not.
They ain't no Taco Bell. I mean, it's
Taco Bell.
Taco Bell.
Mexican food's great. Taco Bell is not Mexican food, no matter what people tell you.
Yeah.
It's not Mexican food.
No, Taco Bell is Tex-Mex.
I do love their chalupa supremes, though. So.
Oh, and their double stuffed steak, burritos.
At Stadium Goods, a pair of Nike Air Jordans would cost me almost 7,000 pesos with customs and taxes.
Oh.
Yeah, but what are those Nike Air Jordans costing in the U.S.? Because I remember one time Sarah's husband got his hands on some of those new Jordans.
Maybe you're talking to the wrong person because
I'm trying to remember when I worked at Meridian,
I was never a sneakers.
He got his hands on those Jordans and he was going to do a resell on them. They were expensive.
I know. I mean, but
they were expensive.
I'm sorry.
Anyway.
I'm the guy that walks down the aisle of Walmart or DFW and go $29.99. Okay, let's go. I mean, because because my days of showing off speed and everything else, then long gone. So it's like all I want now is comfort, and that's it.
So you don't mind paying those high prices for your imported products. Buying that would make your cost of living in Mexico the same or even more expensive than the U.S.
Nope.
We only spend, and I say only, and maybe this is a lot in Mexican terms, but it
is probably a lot.
It's way less than what we used to spend in the U.S.
Comparable.
We spend about $500 US per month in our groceries.
Oh, and that used to be a lot more.
And it used to be a lot more in the U.S. Now, we don't buy U.S. products all the time. No, we don't. I mean, we're buying the meats. I'll go to the carniceria to buy ground pork and make my own sausages. We will go to panaderia at times to buy things if we want some sweets or something special. But we can't make some of the things that we like sometimes with what we find here. It doesn't mean we're doing it all the time. There's plenty of foods that we buy here that are sold in Chedraui or La Comer or Soriana or something like that. We have not been to a mercado in Corregidora, and I'm not sure where one is. I know there's a Tianguis. I've heard Arlene and Annie talk about it, but we haven't been to it yet. We would buy produce and stuff.
But we have been to the carniceria.
I said that already.
Yeah,
You're backing up. You're backpedaling now. But the point is that we don't buy imported stuff all the time.
No.
We only buy it when we have a hankering for it. So, and if I'm making,
and I can get real cheap because I mean there's things where all of a sudden I'll go, I ain't paying that. And
I mean, a lot of the stuff that we're buying, Mexicans buy too. We buy Coke.
Well,
a lot of it.
And they only deliver,
He buys boxed cereal.
Yeah, but and see, like, I could do me some Captain Crunch, but I refuse to pay 179 pesos.
Yeah, that's expensive.
For a box. That's $10 for a box of cereal.
Right.
When I can get a box of Cheerios, regular original Cheerios, that's 50% larger volume wise, and I get it for 80 pesos. So,
and we buy a loaf of bread at the store. Usually it's
52 pesos.
Bimbo. I mean, we're buying the same products that Mexicans are buying. We're not buying all imports. It's just that where else in Mexico are we going to buy corned beef? If you know where corned beef is being sold and being sold at a reasonable price, that would be great.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's
certain things.
There's certain things we don't mind. Like, okay. When Costco has spiral cut hams, you can bet your bottom dollar we are not the only people that have got one in our buggy who are walking around that show floor.
Well, that's true.
Because they sell out quick. They wouldn't bring them in.
What shocked me was the price of turkey. We bought a turkey.
Yeah, I mean,
turkey was pretty expensive, but the thing is in the United States, often when it's time to buy turkey, they put the turkey on sale,
correct.
Hoping to get you into the store to buy other things.
You get it at 19 cents a pound if you spend an additional $100.
Right. So it's a way to lure you into the store.
What you're getting in Mexico is you're getting the same price. You're not getting the 19 cents a pound. You're getting the same price per pound for a butterball. Maybe 10 cents higher. It's not exorbitant, but you're just not getting that discount. So when you look at what you ultimately pay for it, when we were at home, you're going, oh shit, spending $100. Well, that's buying 7 more items.
Yeah.
But
so, we do like to buy our produce and our meats at the smaller tiendas like the fruteria or the carniceria.
And hopefully some of those will be going right behind us here. I mean, if we could get,
that would be nice.
If we could get a Vendura y Fruteria and carniceria, a bank and an Oxxo, sign me up.
That would be nice. I mean, I'm not out buying free range chicken eggs. I buy whatever the cheapest dozen of eggs is at La Comer.
And I mean, have we gone stupid at times? Yeah. I mean, when we went to Super Lake,
that is a totally different level of ridiculousness. But yeah, Super Lake and Ajijic, muy caro.
But those are items you don't find in Mexico, period. I mean, we've been here almost 4 years, and that is the only place that we have seen Miracle Whip. Now, HEB does have what they call the whip, which is very close. I could live on the whip and go, okay, Mom, forgive me, because she would go, no, there's only one. It's Miracle Whip, But
I mean, if it's something we can't find, we can always bring it back with us.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm not bringing a case of Campbell's bean with bacon soup. That's just,
No.
it's too heavy.
No.
And they had it there, and it was a little over $2 a can. Well, in the U.S., that was $1.79 a can when we left. So, maybe $3 a can. I mean, there was a markup.
Yeah.
Because they got to get it into the country and get it on the shelf. So,
but I can promise you that our shopping in Mexico was pretty reasonable at $500 per month compared to what we used to spend in the U.S. In the U.S., it was definitely higher. Probably closer to $800 a month. So, and who knows what it is now because of inflation.
We had 2 fridges and a standalone freezer. And we had more crap, buried in that freezer. And when we moved out, it was just like, holy shit. Somebody called the food bank because we can feed a family for a long time on what was in that freezer.
Yeah, that's taken an adjustment because it's not normal in Mexico to store food like that. And we've gotten so much better than that, and so much better at that. We don't buy a ton. Now, going to a place like Costco makes that a little bit tricky because everything is sold in bulk there. So, we might buy a box of frozen pizza, and there's 4 pizzas in there?
Yep.
But that'll last us at least a month, probably 2 months.
Well, no, it would be, probably closer to 2 months because the only time we really ever have it is that is our traditional pre-live meal. I mean,
we just have a frozen pizza.
We have, we get a Costco pizza, toss it in there,
But I buy that all-purpose flour, and I buy the bread flour at Costco so I can make English muffins from scratch because I don't care who Thomas's are or anybody else.
All right, Alki.
Nobody can touch my English muffins.
That's true.
And they're cheap and easy to make once you have the ingredients that you need. And they're fresh.
Well, and I was just fixing to say, the other thing is you learn you can't pull out a week's supply of the English muffins because hers don't have all those preservatives in it.
No preservatives.
So, I mean, it's like, if you don't use them in 3 days,
nope,
don't plan on using them.
I keep them in the freezer. I made homemade rye bread. I don't know where in Mexico I can regularly buy authentic rye bread with caraway seed actually in it.
And for you people in Ajijic, don't be going Emma's. It's not the same.
It's not the same. We tried the delis in Ajijic.
It was close. But
it's not bad, but that ain't rye bread.
That's not the true rye.
I know they're calling it rye, but that ain't deli rye.
Well, it's their version of rye.
I guess.
Yeah.
It's missing caraway seeds.
Yeah. So, I mean, we don't mind splurging every once in a while when it's, I mean, when we hit Super Lake and there were cheeses sitting there and.
All right. That's an embarrassing story. We don't have to talk about Super Lake right now. Super Lake was just a stupid, overindulgent impulse.
But damn, it was good.
Yeah. And apple soda. Yes. See, we're so far behind. Let's stop talking. Let's just catch up with the comments because I said apple soda like an hour ago, I think. To use Amazon Mexico, do you need a Mexican bank card or can you use your U.S. account and card?
Both.
You can use both. You can use a U.S. account. I have been for a long time. I switched recently to my Mexican account because there's benefits. So
Amazon don't care where it come from. They just like the money.
And internet speed at the moment is 1,000 megs. I'm not really sure what it is going up, but it's pretty fast. I have the top line that Telcel or Telmex. I have the top
Telmex.
level that Telmex offers. And I was happy with that. But we've had a couple occasions where the service would go out and it wouldn't go out for just a day. It would go out for 4 days or 5 days or until somebody got off their ass to come fix it. And as a result, we also have Starlink as a backup. And you will find that a lot of people in Mexico will have two.
We heard that before we even got down here.
Not everybody does, but if you need it to work,
we heard people that who were digital nomads saying duplicity is a requirement.
And there has been times where I had to come down and switch the mesh over to the Starlink because Telmex dropped out. Now, Starlink costs just as much as the Telmex does, but Starlink only gives us between 200 and 250 megs on a good day. Telmex gives us probably closer to 900 on their 1,000 meg plan. And that's what I use.
The good news is I could, put the TVs on the Starlink and everything else, and it doesn't interfere with what she's doing work-wise. And so, chew up the bandwidth. There's still plenty for her. So
if those Air Jordans didn't have custom duties, stadium goods would cost me less than 6,000 pesos. Wow. It's still a lot. It's just
I'm sorry, $300.
I know it's still a lot.
I mean, for me, that used to be, hey, if I was going to spend $300 on a suit, I'd have been like, okay, I'll do that. But
I used to buy MBT sneakers. Those were the
so
ones.
Did I.
Those were the ones that would rock. And
then they discontinued making MBTs, and
well, the MBTs that I would buy were basically discounted ones. I would go to their authorized sellers, and I would buy them for like half the price. And then they discontinued MBT.
And then we found that other brand that was a knockoff, and they got sued by MBT, and it was like, hey, if you're going to sue these people for providing for your customers that you're not providing anymore.
But those used to be $150.
But God knows they'd last forever.
They lasted forever. That was $150, and they were half off. So they were $150, normally $300.
Yeah,
they would last forever, and I really like them a lot. My Asics right now run me about $150, which I don't mind. They last a long time too.
My Hey Dudes run me $35. They last me about
they last a while.
18 months, give or take. But God, I love them.
Neat device for sourdough. I might have to get one when I go back to baking sourdough. I like it because it gives me that warning. It'll say your dough has peaked, or it'll say your dough is starting to fall. That's really why I got it. I don't care what the temperature is. I don't care what the humidity is, because the fact of the matter is the rate at which it rises is totally going to be dependent upon your temperature in your room. And I just need to know, when is it there? Is it there? Am I there? Okay, I'm coming down to work on it now. That's all I needed to know. I didn't want to keep missing. Sometimes I worried I was underproofing. I definitely know when I've overproofed. You can tell, because I'll leave stuff in the fridge overnight for a long cold ferment, and if I've left it in too long, I can tell. Yeah, but there's always a little bit of life left in it as long as you shape it well.
It's the kawa.
Hey, the kawa. You did get her near the end, but you're good. You're here. I have Lucchesi boots. Bought them in 2000. Great for Tejano and country dances. Appropriate too. Nice. I have Fiatorini and Baker boots. Handmade in Italy. I spent way too much money on them. I still have them. I like them because they don't have zippers, and I have really big calves, and I can wear them.
I had a pair of Tony Llamas that I had for, oh my God, 40 years, and finally had to, when we moved, it was like, they got to go. I'm sorry.
And about your jersey, Chinese knockoffs, I have a few NFL jerseys for less than 50. It's entirely possible.
If it is, they did a damn good job.
They did a good job.
Because, I mean, the everything was embroidered. It was sewn in. It was the Adidas sticker. If it came from a knockoff facility, kudos to them, because they're pretty damn good.
And yes, I would think when you make trips back to the U.S., take or buy extra
Oh.
suitcases and pay the extra baggage fee and fill with sneakers, whatnot. It would be cheaper in the end. I agree. But we've also gotten to the point now that we are so incredibly bougie and sick and tired of pain in the ass people that we buy first class, and first class includes 2 bags each,
and
2 oversized bags each in the price of the ticket. So we each get 70-pound weight limits on our bags.
dude,
You okay there?
I might be.
So when you start adding up how much, first of all, you're getting a wider seat, you're getting better service, you get priority boarding, you get off early, you get up to, for the 2 of us, 4 70-pound bags each.
And I have soft side luggage. I just fold one inside the other, and I'm good because we go for a week.
You get the lounge, you get to sit in the lounge.
Yeah.
Drink the drinks, eat the snacks.
It depends upon how much time. Normally we have 2-3 hours in between.
You get alcohol and they don't charge you for it on the plane.
And you know what's interesting is I know you guys sit here and watch me drink my beer the entire. I don't drink on the flights. She'll get a Bailey's or something, and I'm like, yeah, bring me a juice. If we're in the U.S., it's definitely bring me a juice because I can't drink the Coke that they serve up there anymore. I mean, it's like, no.
You guys should take a trip to Lyon. Best prices, quality on leather goods, boots, shoes, belts, etc. I agree. I would love to. And I actually have a lovely leather hip bag. It was a conceal and carry bag, and I don't conceal and carry. I bought this bag for a trip to Jamaica because I was told.
She was being security conscious.
I was being security conscious. I was told that people will come up and cut the bags off of you and take your bags. And I wanted this heavy duty leather hip bag, and it has been my favorite bag. I love it so much.
And it's reconfigurable. It can be done as a backpack. It can be done as a hip bag. It can be done on the thigh.
I think the company was called Warrior Pack. They're not in business anymore, and there's a bunch of knockoffs on Amazon now for far less money. Guaranteed they're not made with real leather. I would love to take this bag to somebody in Lyon who works with leather and have them either repair my bag or
I found a place here.
Recreate it. So it's getting wear and tear, and it's not even the leather that's the worst part of it. The wear and tear is coming from the metal parts,
the rivets
and things. Yeah. And I've had that bag for so long. Oh, Stephanie. Okay. I'm trying to get caught up, guys. I really am, because we're over 3 hours again. Oh my God. How do we do this? Italian BMT with oil and vinegar and hot peppers if they got them. Yum. Yum.
Absolutely.
In Mexico, nothing beats the hamburgers, tortas, and sandwiches prepared at street stalls. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Fast food chains like McDonald's, Burger King are good, but they're not the same as street food. You know what? And we have a friend who is now making Asian dumplings, and she has a takeout window. Very affordable, absolutely delicious. But I agree with you. Street food is just so amazing.
Well, I mean, we learned the lesson. We were in Merida, and we were tired. We'd walked a lot, and we just needed a place to sit. And we happened to come across McDonald's, and I'm like, you know what? I could use something to eat. She goes, yeah, me too. And so we had our drinks with us, and so we got two quarter pounders and
I think it was one large
fry to share.
One large fry to share.
$15. And I went,
holy crap.
And if memory serves me right, that is the last time we have been to a McDonald's.
We haven't gone to McDonald's again. No, because You can go to these people who have their tiendas and their street carts, and you can get fantastic, freshly made food, and you can't beat the price. You can't beat the quality. It's, where is everybody standing in line? That's where you go.
Nor can you beat the service. I mean,
Right.
they smile, they talk. I mean, it all goes back to me. It goes back to when we had first been in Mexico for 1 month, and we took our first trip, and we were like, ooh. And so we took a weekend, and we went to Amialco. Then from Amialco, where Gina got her first taste of a tlayuda and had no clue that it was that big.
Yeah, it just looked good.
It looked good on the menu, but it didn't give a size comparison. When they filled up her plate, I was like, oh yeah.
The looks on their faces when I asked for that too. Yeah. That was funny.
And so then we went to Techies, and then we went to Bernal, and then tried to find breakfast in Bernal. We were still gringoed at the time, and we're up at 7 o'clock, and we're like, okay,
nobody's open.
You ain't getting breakfast early in Bernal. And so, to make a long story short, we're going, you know what? We're going to Black Chazro to get some cigars because we want to do the tour. And we were so hungry. And finally, I saw an Oxo, and I was like, I don't know about you, but I got to get at least a Snickers or something. And so we pull in. As we're pulling in, off to the side, over here on the side, is a little barbacoa stand.
And it was yummy.
And so I'm like, I think we just found breakfast.
It was really good.
And so we go over there, and typical Mexico. These gentlemen are sitting there, and they're having their barbacoa. And we walk up and we order. And one of them looks up and sees that there's a lady there. And he quickly takes his stuff, gets up, and he points to the chair for Gina. And I'm like, wow. Yeah, in the U.S., they'd be like, well, I might be done in 5 minutes. I mean,
not always, but anyway, the food was good.
The food was very good.
I'm so glad, and congratulations, renewing the lease for the next 2 years. That's terrific.
Well, we had to, because we have a room over here. We didn't put a damn refrigerator in it for you, Tommy. So
yeah,
I mean,
you can put your wine and stuff in there and chill.
Yeah, that way you don't have to leave the room naked.
Goodness. When you become permanent residents and later Mexican citizens, are you going to buy a house, or are you going to build a custom one for yourselves? That is going to depend a lot on how much money we have. We don't have a lot saved up. We have been, first of all, where we are right now is more money than I wanted to spend monthly. There's a lot of perks and a lot of privilege that comes to where we're living, but it's not what I wanted to spend every month on rent. So we're not saving as much. I would love to have a place in this community. I know we will never be able to afford it. This place is bougie. Best way I can describe it. And like I said, we're in the poor section of this place.
Si queremos, si posible, no queremos un hipoteca.
This house would be up for sale for $500,000 if it was being sold. We could not afford that.
Well, and this would not be the ideal home,
right,
long term anyway.
So I'm not really sure yet. It's going to depend on how much money do we have saved up when that time comes, and where a lot of it matters. What area, what colonia are we going to be in? What's the neighborhood like? What are the houses like? I don't like the houses that are 3 levels high, do not have air conditioning, and the downstairs level is very, very cramped. I like to have space. So space means a lot to me.
And that space means más terreno. I mean, we got to have more land.
So it's just going to depend. If the right house is there, we could buy it. If the right house is not there, we could build it. We have friends who are realtors, and they sort of cautioned us away from buying an older built home because they don't have guarantees like they do in the U.S. They don't have those types of inspections.
And there are no home warranties to cover your ass in
Right.
case, all this shit starts going bad. Guess what? It's on you.
They lean very heavily, if you're going to buy an already built home, that it is one that has been built by a developer and you're like the first resident in it, because they tend to come with a limited period of warranties for things.
Now, okay, by the time they finish out in the Mirador, because there's only so much land over there and they're building like crazy. But when we were on that side of town, they were selling homes, not condos. The condos, because Tommy was there and he was just like, are you kidding me? I mean, the condos were going for about 85 to 90,000 US dollars, and the homes were going for about 110 to 120. So, and we'd rather have the home because we tried the condo living over there, and that hiking up 2 sets of stairs to go to bed every night, and that's right. What happened? Where does heat go? It rises. I mean, it was.
In here in Balvanera, where we are, there is terreno that starts at 4.1 million pesos. And then there are homes that include terreno that are being built starting at 6.2 million pesos. I guess that sounds good, but I still feel like that's kind of out of our reach in some ways.
It's one of those going, what do we want to leave the girls? Because,
right.
Okay. It could be a damn good investment, because Querétaro is growing. It is not gonna, I don't think anytime soon, see a decline in the market as far as the value of the home. So we'll see.
We'll see what happens. It's really hard to predict right now, and it depends. It all depends on how much money do we have, what's realistic for us. So,
one of those things to be fair is right now we still are trying to adjust. Weird, after almost 4 years, adjust to just living in Mexico.
And not traveling, just living.
Just living.
That does take an adjustment because we were constantly on the move, and we knew every 1 to 3 months we were getting up and going somewhere else. So, and you know what? I'm not going to tell her about your $7
I'm not saying a damn
steak
word,
sauce
but
taco. I still think those are good.
Oh, they're double. Those. Oh, the double steak.
I don't know what corned beef is, o cómo se llama esa comida, ya que en Mexico no comemos esa comida. Right.
Oh, what it's called in Mexico.
Right.
Yep.
I'm not sure what it's called either, but I'll try to explain.
It's not.
It's a brisket cut of beef.
Yeah.
And it's pickled.
It's pickled in brine with mustard seed and a variety of
coriander
spices
seeds,
and
peppers, and it's
served one of two ways. It's either served as a cold cut on sandwiches, or it tends to be served with cabbage and
corned beef,
cabbage and potatoes and carrots, and it's
very
one of those
European,
very British,
and
I think it is
very Jewish.
Don't stop, because
it's very European and very Jewish in origin, and it was a way to preserve meat. Basically, is what it was.
It was an inexpensive way of brining meat so that you could
And
keep it.
And the brisket, I believe, is a tough piece of meat. And so by pickling it, brining it this way, it helps soften it. But it does give it a unique flavor. And you cannot eat a Reuben sandwich without corned beef.
No, I mean,
you just can't.
You know, there are places that ask me because I love a Reuben. Oh, I mean, it's like I go to the States. My 3 favorite places in the U.S. to get a Reuben. Number 1, Jason's Deli. Oh, number 2, McAllister's Deli.
That is a good Reuben.
And number 3, New York Corner Deli in Topsail Island.
Right there.
Those 3.
And I'm going to add a number 4, Kazansky's in Squirrel Hill, Pittsburgh.
Well, okay, Kazansky. I've never had a Kazansky, so I can't answer that.
That's authentic.
But those are my top 3, and they're good. They're piled high, But somebody who asked me, if I walk into a place and they go, "You want that with corned beef or pastrami?" And my can, as I've gotten older, as you guys have noticed, my filter has gone away. And Gina's going, "No shit. Did I order a Reuben?"
Did you have a filter?
Yeah, I used to. Honest to God, now come on. When you first met me, I was suave, debonair, and I could deal my way through.
Now you're just a cantankerous.
Now I'm just a cantankerous
old
old shit that doesn't give a damn. And it's like, I ordered a Reuben. What do you put on a Reuben? You don't put pastrami. You put corned beef. So,
that's a Rachel.
Thank you.
Rachel has
pastrami.
All right, moving along. Okay, I noticed a lot of Mexican cleaning products here in the States, like Fabuloso, laundry detergent, dish detergent, and others. Totally will buy them.
Solte.
I like Fabuloso. And what is the other one for just standard cleaning? There was 2 of them.
Puete.
But I like them both. But dude, for your laundry, Zote. Zote is the bomb.
Thank you, Annie.
Thank you, Annie. She introduced it to me in it smells like citronella, and I looked at it. Sure enough, it's got citronella in it. Why is that important? Because citronella is an oil. And Zote will get into your oil-stained clothing and lift oil with oil. And it works. It works. And it's really good for removing stains. I actually bought a bar of it. And I was using that.
We now have it in bar form, liquid form.
Yes, liquid form. It works. Zote. Zote is the bomb. In Chihuahua, I should have bought a pair of boots. Great leather products. That's awesome. And
the hardest
Max says hi.
The hardest part is knowing when you're traveling like we have. When are you trying to be taken advantage of, and when are you getting a really good deal? That's the hardest part, especially if you don't live there. I mean live there. I mean, I'm not talking about Mexico. I'm talking about in that particular region. God, what was his name? In Huatuco, the one that fixed my bracelet. Pedro.
I don't remember now.
Pablo and his wife, and they fixed my bracelet. And he wanted to sell Gina some earrings and wanted to sell me another bracelet and everything else. And it was like, all right, that's not a good price.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it just was like.
Well, but he's there to sell to tourists.
I get that.
Therefore.
But it was like, okay. And there's probably some things that we would have looked back on and gone, yeah, we probably should have taken advantage of that when we were there. But
yes, Fabuloso really is very good, and I do like it.
And they are fragrant.
Very, very fragrant. And look, thank you. So es un carne de Irlanda en español y se llama carne en conserva. Usualmente está servida en día de San
Patrick's Day.
St. Patrick's Day. Corned beef and cabbage. That's the stuff. But we don't typically have corned beef and cabbage, even St. Patrick's Day. We just like corned beef sandwiches on Reubens.
Oh,
that's the bomb.
Yeah. Why? Yeah. I mean, we don't mind, but if hold on, we can find a ham bone to toss in with cabbage and.
Yeah, we just have
boiled dinner.
Boiled dinner. Some people call it New England.
New England boiled dinner.
New England boiled dinner. Yeah. So potatoes, cabbage, and ham.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's good stuff. A little bit of vinegar on it. Have you tried Cidramunde and Manzanita Sol? Yes, I have, and I like them both. They're very good. But I don't drink a lot of soda. He does. I don't.
Give me Munde.
Yeah.
Munde every time over Manzanita Sol.
Well, I mean, I've tried them both.
I know. I like them. I'm just saying.
I just don't drink a lot of soda.
For me, Cidramunde.
You know something I do miss? I miss the coffee flavored energy drinks. I know that's horrible. There are Monster drinks here. There are energy drinks here. There are Red Bull type drinks here.
Oh, I don't know.
There are coffee flavored drinks, more like a Frappuccino in a glass bottle type thing. But there's no coffee flavored energy drinks. I used to like those, but I can live. It's fine.
Since I have never had an energy drink in my life.
See, Max was being playful. Yes, he was.
Oh.
And I totally drink on flights, whether I'm in first class or coach. Yeah, but on coach, they're making you pay $10 for those little throwaway bottles.
No, see, Tommy knows all the little tricks. He knows how to butter up the stewardess and all that. So excuse me. The flight attendants. He knows. Because remember, he came back with the bag that time and was like, "Here,
Yeah. Effectively, there are workshops in Leon that can repair your leather bag. Just ask for them. That would be awesome. Because this bag is a beautiful bag. It's a beautiful bag. If they can't fix it, I'd like them to make me one. I was looking at if I can buy a house there. A lot of Mexico is earthquake zone. I'm wondering about insurance. Do y'all know if earthquake insurance is a thing? We don't, because we haven't had to worry about it. But
and that was
you may want to look at places that are not in an earthquake zone.
I mean, that was one of the things that it was literally on the infamous spreadsheet at the very beginning.
Yeah, the one that got lost.
Earthquakes and because that was we had two things: earthquakes, hurricanes.
Yep.
Okay. Well, if you're gonna live in Riviera Maya, guess what? You're prone to getting your share of the hurricanes. Same with if you're going to be in Veracruz, not quite so much, but you could get them.
Puerto Vallarta,
Cabo. I mean,
Acapulco.
Yes. Well, that quickly got. Look, the
earthquake
got knocked that out.
They had hurricanes.
Yes. Well, they had both.
Right.
They had hurricanes and they had earthquakes. And so that was one of those, we lived in Oaxaca and we started.
We actually could feel a ripple.
Huatuco is where we first felt it. Yeah. And then in, Oaxaca, our host she was like, cada dia.
I mean, like you get used to it, but
how do you know it's not the big one?
You might want to consider maybe not living in an earthquake zone, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
I'm
coming to visit you, Elizabeth.
We did see some twisted buildings, a little bit twisted in Mexico City. It was interesting. But
where they have tried to rebuild the space in between where one building is leaned a little bit, and they've sort of gone, okay, let's just.
I was thinking of buying some land and building a hyperdobe. What is a hyperdobe?
Hyper Adobe.
Hyper Adobe. I don't know what that is, but okay. I want to find a house in Scott and Mary's neighborhood in Chapala. Yeah, that was a nice neighborhood. Really like that area. Yeah. No, Chapala was much more affordable, and Scott and Mary did not spend that much.
No, they did not spend that much.
They did not.
We know that for a fact.
I want to say they spent about $250.
No. More.
Was it more?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but it wasn't that much.
No, it wasn't that much. But you know,
but their house came furnished and everything.
Yes,
so,
I mean, their house is the shit. I mean, it's just
a nice
like
house.
I could live in that house and I would never leave. Well, other than go to the store.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna try to skip past conversations between people and try to finish up. I think I'm near the bottom. St. Patrick's is definitely a corned beef and cabbage, potatoes, carrots day with rye bread and horseradish. Yum, yum, yum. And horseradish. Ooh.
Oh yeah, well, you know.
I don't put horseradish on my Reuben though.
No, because that just but
yeah.
You know, horseradish on any roast beef or any beef is not a bad thing.
I would not ask them what they paid, but I love their house and went, yeah. So Mark said it was more, but I know it was not that much. It was not as
no.
It was not 600. No way.
Probably just a touch more than half of what you mentioned. Okay.
All right. Gina, let me know if you want any sativa seeds. I've got some purple haze. You've got purple haze? Ooh.
Don't look at me.
We may be talking, Bruno, but let me get through this first because this is the first time I've done this and I haven't been through a harvest yet. I haven't made canna butter yet. This is all new to me. So let's see how this goes. But I appreciate it. Thank you. And I hate to admit, I definitely did a few Monster Mean Bean coffee drinks. I like them. I like the coffee energy drinks. I always did.
Hey, I'm not saying a word because, you know, I mean, I get on that side of the border. I am looking for live wire. So, I mean,
I know.
That's my version of give me the caffeine.
So we are now over 4 hours again. We are over 4 hours.
I don't know how you do this.
And we're going to call it a night, guys. Thank you for coming out and hanging out with us for a while. By the way, I hope that you saw fewer commercials this time because I was able to control how often they show. And I think I chose like every 18 or every 22 minutes, something like that.
Oh, so you only got a dozen or two.
Yeah. So I tried to limit it to no more than 2 per hour if possible. So I hope that was helpful. So thank you so much for being here tonight. We will be back again in 2 weeks. Again, I cannot promise when the video is going to drop, but I'm hoping it's going to be soon if I'm not just getting too wrapped up in animal care and job interviews. I've been having them. So, yeah. All right.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Thank you. Thank you, Jess. And we will see you all again in 2 weeks. So have a great 2 weeks.
Hasta la próxima.